So, big good evening to everybody. Welcome along to the channel tonight. And you may notice there is two of us up tonight. Me and Simon just having a quick chat in the pre-room meeting before we decided to crack on with the show tonight. Lots going on tonight. So, for all of you that don't know Simon, go and check out his latest video. I'll let Simon introduce himself.
Simon, GTR 1400, vlogger, nobody, postman. And hello and welcome everybody, and hello to one guy I've just noticed in the room, Andy Felmingham. Hello mate, this is the guy that's going to let me review his BMW GS.
I did see the ride of you going out the motorway talking about this BMW GS. A couple of quick people. So Andy's in the room. Hi Andy. We've got Barry's in the room. So hi to Barry. Howie's sitting in the side chat, and he's also down here. Evening, Howie.
Hello.
Good to see you.
Right,
Another quick one. We've got MT Belly with us as well. Ponkster is here as well. So we've got a nice little room full tonight. We're going to see how long we go for, because I thought, a military biker might be on, because obviously the clash we had last Friday and we jumped on military's channel. I thought, military might be on tonight, so I'll roll back to 8 o'clock and try and stay out the way of everybody. Lo and behold, Teapot One, Missenden Flyer, and Lamb Chopsy have all decided to do a feed with Rishi Vida at 8 o'clock. So we'll see how far we get with our one before everybody decides to disappear off and go watch Teapot One. So Howie, tell us a little bit about yourself.
Live in Somerset. Been on the bike since the age of 16. I'm 61 now, on and off. Sporadic motor vlogger, owner of a BMW S1000 XR, and hate horrible weather.
Same as most people. Talking of the S1000R, because obviously I've now got my MOT license, which means I can MOT bikes. But obviously, Boss has been away for his holiday in Devon for the last week or so, and he said to me, he said, do the MOTs, but nothing older than 5 years. We had an S1000R come in, and I'm like, brilliant, nice clean bike, first MOT, that will sail through. And went and did me look round the bike, checked it all over, come back in. He said, how did it do? Did it pass? Sorry, mate, it's failed. And he went, what? I went, it's failed. I've had to fail it. And he went, why is that? I said, you've got main beam. You've got no dip beam. Well, the dip beam was on when I left home today. I went, well, it ain't on when I've just tested it. Where do I get one of those? I went, Halfords, H7 bowl, but don't let Halfords change it. So
distance for me to travel to go get me MOT done, though, mate. In Somerset, I got a few mates that can
change your bulb. Yeah, but the main thing was he's got a Black Widow on it. Nice little system. But I said to him, "Where's your baffle?" And he went, "I bought it like that." And I went, Can't let it go through, mate. I said, it's got no baffle. He said, there's a bolt hole there for the baffle, but you've got no baffle. Well, my other bikes you passed. And I went, yeah, I know we've passed them, because they had no, they were straight pipes. They were just the normal pipes on it. No baffle needed inside. I said, but this one's got a baffle missing. And he was like, well, shot off, had a light bulb, come back past it. But what a gorgeous bike it was. Controls and buttons everywhere. It's like Starship Enterprise, that thing. Rory's in the room. Evening to Nitro Rory. So it was quite good catching up with that. But as I say, guys, live link is up there. If you do want to jump onto the live stream, I'm going to put it up again for you. That's up at the bottom now. So if you do want to jump on the live stream, I can get up to 6 on this channel. I'm still not going to pay StreamYard the $25 a month to jump on and get 10 people on. If they could get 12 or 15 on, then yes. But for the sake of the amount of people that I have on my channel, most people tend to sit in the side stream. So we'll leave it as that.
Have you posted the right link? No, you haven't.
Oh, no, I haven't. I've just posted my link, haven't I? Right, let me.
They're already here. Yeah.
Yeah, they're already here. So let me just.
Well, I couldn't see the chat.
Right, let me try that again. Copy to clipboard. That's better. Right, we shall try this again. There we go. So that's the StreamYard link. Forget that. If you're watching that, we're already in the room, guys. Ignore that first one. So, Simon, tell us a little bit about this BM then.
This BMW, actually, I can tell you lots about it because somebody's got all the specs for it here.
Oh,
it's 2022 pre-registered, R1250 TE. I think it's Andy said it was. It's a TE,
Nice.
and it's got a host of bits on it. It's got gear shift assist pro. The obviously all the riding modes it does. Dynamic pro, enduro pro, and rain road. Panel fast hand guards, headlights, including adaptive headlights, so it looks where you want to go. Apparently, clever stuff. Cruise control, cruising lights, multifunction indicators, so they're running lights and then they indicate. Obviously, heated grips on it, heated seat, tire pressure control. He's got chrome header pipes and chrome exhaust. He's actually got the Akrapovic exhaust on there, and it does sound rather nice. Obviously, the traction controls, electronic suspension. It's all keyless. It's all got the sat nav on it. He's got an SOS on it as well that you can press the button, or if you come off, it does the phone call for you and things like that. And it's I'll tell you what, for a John Deere, it's not bad.
See, the thing is, obviously, all the bikes that have been out, I am a lover of all motorcycles, but the BMW GS, I just find it's probably one of the biggest selling and probably the most appealing bikes to those people that just want to go out and tour if you're a rich person. But I just don't like the boxer engine. You give it a rev and it's like it moves around all over the place.
This one's got variable camshaft shifters on it that help reduce that. Apparently, I haven't ridden it myself. I've sat on it, but Andy was telling me it's a great tractor. He says it's got these variable cams or timing cams or something on it that take a lot of that out. So I will be looking for that when I go out and ride it. You know, so.
His wife. That's a good one. His wife has the money.
So Michelle's got all the money. If anybody's interested, not Andy. So there you go. If anybody's watching.
Obviously interesting.
He actually told me the story of when he went to look at it, and this is quite funny. And he thought, I'm going to take Michelle, which is his wife, as the voice of reason. And while the guy's busy there sapping up all how much it's going to cost and all the rest of it, he comes down with a bottom line price, and he looked at Michelle expecting her, no, it's too expensive, and yeah, she just went by it, and he was like, no, you're supposed to be the voice of reason. So there you go, he's got himself a very expensive bike. Scott, evening, Scott. Yeah, sorry,
evening, Scott. Yeah, another one of the crew. Just a quick one for you, Simon, because you obviously know Hayden and Alison that ride with us. Alison on the Esker, and Hayden's got I think it was the Yamaha FJ600.
Yeah.
He actually went to look at a BMW. I think it's the 1200 ES or a smaller version of it. But she obviously sent me an Insta. She sent me a DM on Insta. Let me just go and grab it quickly because. As you can tell, my phone is going. I've got loads of messages coming in from Lex Moto people now. Now, obviously,
Military biker,
evening, Stevie. Holy shit, but you're on early. Yeah, I didn't know if you was going to be on tonight, so I thought I'd jump in early, Stevie. Alison said Hayden's looking at a BMW R1200 RS Sport SE, 16 reg, 12,500 on the clock, sat nav, full panniers, 2-year warranty, 2-year breakdown. They got it up for 8,995 at the dealership. Is that a good price? Hello? You're going. Bear with me a second. I'm just
talk amongst yourselves, Mrs. Red Bomb's there.
That's a large Christmas tree he's got behind him, isn't it?
That's a very large
Christmas
isn't tree I've got behind
him. Red Bomb's a dwarf, really.
Yeah, I'm a dwarf, yeah. See you later. The wife's off to mum's because obviously I'm live streaming tonight and she's taking the dog with her. So, yeah, but he said it's up for 8,995. So obviously we checked the trade on it. 8,495 is about the right price. So they've hiked the price a little bit to make their margin. But I said to him, if you can get it down to 8,495 or even knock him down a couple of £100, you've got yourself a nice little bike there. So I'm waiting to hear what he's going to do because obviously it'll be another BMW rider in the pack. Happy days. Quick one I'm going to do. Obviously, Simon popped in. It's a mum code for pub, yeah. Quick one. Yeah, Simon popped in to see us at the garage. I think it was yesterday, wasn't it? You came in.
Yes.
Had a look at your bike, and Simon was showing me his indicators on there, and obviously they go into running lights. He sent me the link last night for it, so you can get a kit for the back. I'd look for the kit for the back as well. So that is going to be my next modification on the GTR. I'm going to get the video camera out for that, and I'm going to have a little bit of an assist, I think, doing it myself. So we're gonna wire up the kit, so I've got indicators with running lights, and then obviously when you put the indicators on, they go from white to orange. Going to bring someone in now. I am going to ask this man a lot of questions because this man down here, Ponkster, he does a lot of I think they call it wild band camping, is it, where you just go off and just camp?
Oh, camping.
Yeah. See you later. Bye. Have a good time. Love you. Now, obviously, your camping experience. I tend to watch a lot of when you go off camping, doing this wild camping, middle of nowhere. And I've been looking at kit, and someone said to me, "Oh, what you want to get this little thing called a jet boil?" And I'm like, "Oh, okay." And then one of my friends, he said to me, "No," he said, "What you want to do? Forget all that crap of jet boils and that. Go to a place called Go Outdoors." So I managed to obviously get online last night, have a look at Go Outdoors, and there's some really good stuff out there. But the one thing that obviously I was looking at, there is so many choices for tents, and it's gonna be me on my own. So just go out with the boys and just camp in a tent. Now the tent I was looking at. And I've seen a couple of people because obviously the Motor Rev guys use these as well. And he said to me, what you want to get is the Lone Rider tent. He said, because you don't need to park your bike in it, but you can use the front bit to do all your cooking and everything.
Very spacious.
Yeah, they're big. I mean, for me, camping on a bike, nobody makes anything perfect for it. And everybody goes on about everything being lightweight. And it actually isn't that big a deal when your bike touring, really. Pack size is more important. Look how big the actual size is, because you've got a physical limited amount of space. But even if you bought the heaviest stuff, you still wouldn't weigh your bike down. It's still not going to weigh as much as a fat pillion. So buying stuff that has small pack size is the most important thing for me. And I did a video about tents, and the difference between really expensive tents and cheap tents normally is just the poles, the guy lines, and the pegs, the ancillary stuff. And if you can buy a medium level tent and buy an upgrade to poles, and that's what takes tents from being kind of what they would call 2-season tents to ones that can take heavier winds and heavier rain. That's really it. It's, and don't buy a tent that's too small.
Yeah, go for a 2 or 3 man tent. That's really what you want to do.
Well, exactly, a minimum 3-man tent, because a 3-man tent is one big bloke and some bags in reality.
Yeah, exactly.
Don't ever buy a 2 or 1-man tent.
Cayenne biker tent, which I've had for about 8 years now, and you just throw it down, pop the thing up, and all the poles are in place. I mean, if you've gone a long ride and you're absolutely carry packered, the last thing you want to be doing is feeding things. You just want to get set up and done, and I think something quick and easy. It's got all the space I need, and yeah, it's worthwhile having something like that just pops up. There's plenty of stuff out there. That Lone Rider tent looks pretty good. But
they're good. I do like the Cayenne tents. I've had one myself, and after about 10 years of owning one, they started to fail on the knuckles where they lock together. Yeah. But you can buy replacement ones, and that's the thing about buying a branded tent as opposed to a kind of Chinese cheapy tent.
It's a reputable name, Cayenne.
You can get the bits from Cayenne, sell all the parts, which is what makes them a good tent,
Because obviously, when I was shopping around Go Outdoors, they do the jet boil, but they've got I can't remember the name. It's like an Oxy or something, but it's slightly bigger than the jet boil. Yeah. But it takes the standard one. But then I was chatting on stream with a couple of other guys the other night, and he said to me, he said, what you want to get is you can get the gas cartridges in B&M for like a couple of quid. He said, but it's like a flat pack cooking stove, and it's like a 1 round ring. He said, but the only thing is, he said
they're low pressure, so they take longer to boil.
That's what he was saying. Yeah.
When you're biking, if you're kind of holiday camping, you don't mind standing waiting for your kettle to boil. But if you're in a little tent, chances are you're going to be doing your cooking outside. And if it's pissing with rain and blowing a gale, you don't want to be sitting outside longer than you have to boil your kettle. I know this might sound a daft thing to say, but that's why the lightweight stoves are fast boiling, because you can't, for the best will in the world, you cannot use them inside your tent. You're going to gas yourself or set fire to yourself. So you do it out the front. And anything that's running primarily on butane, which is what those flat, what I call barbecue stoves, and I've got a couple of them myself, I think they're good. Butane, although it's got more calorific value than propane, runs at a lower pressure, particularly when it starts getting cold. And because of that, they take longer to boil. Butane propane mixed stuff, which is what most of the hiking stoves are, run at higher pressure. So they tend to give out more heat. That's it. But Jetboil has been copied. Jetboil, when they came out, were pretty revolutionary. But they've been out a long time, and there's a lot of copies of them. So really just buying one that has the right form factor that fits in your bag is probably the most important thing. Anything that runs on a butane propane mix is going to be kind of man enough to boil your kettle. But it's thinking about how they fit in your bag and where you're going to be putting them, because those big square things are great, but they take up shitloads of space for the same space as something. And you're only going to be boiling water normally. That's the other thing is, if you're cooking in a pan, I know I'm going on a bit, but if you're cooking in a pan, you've got to wash that pan. So you always think about everything that you add hot water to, and then you're only boiling water.
The thing I did obviously look at, and I've already got that, was like the little pack of pots. You get a pot, and then a frying pan, and it all literally fits into one little unit. And then you've got all your extra bits around the top, so you can put all your cooking utensils in it, and it just fits in one pot. But then one of my friends said to me, he said, what you want to get is the millie tool. And I went, what's that? He said, it's basically one handle, but you get an axe, a saw, and a shovel with it. I went, got one of those already. I've had it for 30 years.
Best solution is to park yourself in a campsite near to a cafe.
Well, actually, that is one of the things I've always said is that when you're touring on a bike, eat food when you see food. Carry a bit of food as an emergency, but if you're passing a garage that sells pies, eat pies, even if it's 2 in the afternoon. Have your dinner then. You eat when you can get food, because planning on carrying all your food and cooking everything, it's hard work and it's a lot of weight. Because even if it's dehydrated stuff, you've normally got to carry water, particularly wild camping. You've got to carry your water as well, and it takes up a lot of space. So.
Exactly. Yeah.
As you probably gathered, it's something I could talk about all night. It's just
Oh, here we go. Lockwood's in the room. Hey, folks, got the Summit Club 2 pop-up. So yeah,
they're good tents as well. Summit's a good tent.
So yeah,
I think
there are bad tents out there in truth.
So what's everybody's tipple tonight?
Tea,
coffee at the moment.
Heineken. Oh, that's all right. I'm back. I'm back on.
I've had a really bad day. My lockup where I keep my bikes has just had its roof blown off. We've been hammered by this storm. I'm on the coast, and my garage has collapsed on top of all my bikes.
Oh Jesus!
And I've got a brand new bike that I put in there 2 days ago, which I haven't even done the reveal on yet. And it's covered in bricks and wood and shit.
Oh Jesus! Yeah, so, we've just got the start of it, because obviously Simon's about 3 miles from me. It's just started up here, Simon. I've had to take some of the stuff down off the pergola this evening, because it's just blowing a gale up here. Because obviously we're, I think, 419 feet above Milton Keynes. So we're the highest point in Milton Keynes, and it is absolute. It's hammering across the back wall at the moment. So lucky I've got a headset on.
They're recording 100-mile-an-hour winds down at the harbour at the moment. 100 miles an hour.
It's gonna get worse.
I've lived in this town for 25 years, and it's always pretty windy, but I have never ever seen weather like this. I mean, foolishly, when I turned up, I knew the roof was going to come off, and when I turned up, I went into my garage. I don't know why I went in there, and the wind inside the garage was actually lifting me up off my feet, and I'm not a lightweight. It's just insanity. It's just mad. So I've just shut the doors, and I'm going to go back tomorrow and see what I've got.
God. Yeah, quick one. We've got obviously a big follower of mine in the room, Master Venger. If you happen to go onto any of my videos, Master Venger has always got a comment in there. He's an avid follower, tends to watch us on his iPad because he doesn't do tech or all that. But some of his comments are always spot on to the mark. And obviously, I can't mention what is coming out from Lexmoto. But I did show it to Simon yesterday. So shush, Simon. Lexmoto are releasing another electric bike, hopefully on Monday. So Exeter's going to probably be all over that one. Obviously, I looked at it and went, okay, here we go again. But wait till Monday and obviously look at this new Lexmoto electric bike that is coming out. And you'll be very, very shocked. Another one in the room. I'm just going to bring this guy in. Obviously, big friend of Lockwood, and it's the man himself, Mr. Zhead. Evening, Stu.
Good evening. How's things?
Yeah, good. For everybody that doesn't know you, Zed, introduce yourself.
Zhead Motovlogs, another moto vlogger from Scotland. I ride a ZZR 1400 Gen 1. Currently battening down the hatches in Scotland because there's a storm of brewing, so hence the shades.
You know it's going to be a bad storm when they give it a name, don't you? So,
oh, definitely.
Oh, God, have they named it now?
yeah, it's Aaron or something.
Oh, God, it would be, wouldn't it?
Not the name I gave it earlier, let's be honest.
Definitely.
At least they didn't name it Karen, anyway.
My favourite was Hurricane Ball Bag. That was the best.
Yeah.
And obviously, quick one for Lockwood. He mentioned me in his last video. He's like, "Oh, Rev Bomb." He's like, he absolutely loves my videos. Yeah. His last one, brilliant again, absolutely brilliant. Pulling into that car park, looking at that old Morris Minor with roofless on the back of it. Yeah, but Lockwood, still loving the videos, mate. It's more the bike that appeals to me, and it's just the
Bloody
natural.
love the sound of that VFR.
Yeah,
it's nice.
It's great.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
nice.
and it's like I say, it's like when obviously Stuart does a video with Zed, and it's just him, just blah blah blah. We're going down here. We're doing this. We're going there. I do mention it. I think one of my videos that's coming up. I was a huge subscriber, paid subscriber to Dan the Fireman. And I was spending sort of $20 a month donating to the channel because it's, you know, all these accident videos, and he was like, you need to do this, you need to do this. Brilliant, you know, absolutely great. And then everything you do, it was like, oh, you know, he wouldn't have dropped his bike if he had a rock form mount on it. Oh, you need to buy one of these rock form mount. And I just got sick to death. Every other bike video, and he was like, rock form mount. Yeah. Boom, unsubscribe, stop following the channel, you know, basically took my subscription away. I want to be watching bikes, people, just normal guys, just chatting about their bikes, doing their thing and getting on with it. I don't want to be having stuff rammed down my throat, which is obviously why I watch a lot of like Andy and Missing and Flyer, Teapot One, Chopsy and all them boys, because they just, this is the bike, this is what it does, this is me riding it. And that's what I want to hear.
He should have been called Dan. I was a fireman for a very small amount of time, but I'm trading on the back of it.
Exactly.
Sensationalist. Everything's back in sensationalism, and he critiques all these accidents as they're happening. But you know, he's got these anagram things that I've never heard of before. And I used to be in the emergency services, and I've done the advanced driving and stuff like that. And half this stuff, okay, it seems sensible, but I've never done the approach we've always used. You know, advanced, you know, roadcraft and stuff like that. Never anything that he's coming up with. He's come up with his own.
I've never heard of any of his acronyms, and I was in the fire service for 30 years, and I've never heard of any of them.
Come up with all this stuff. It's sensible, yeah. You recognise the hazard, and as you approach it, you get in the right gear, the right speed, you cover your brakes. I mean, that's basically what he keeps preaching every time he comes up there. And he basically pinches other people's videos, critiques them for his own, you know.
He tends to only run videos from MotoStars.
Sorry, say?
He tends to only run videos. Oh, sorry. He tends to run videos a lot from MotoStars, who does a lot of compilation crash videos, and he'll just run one of his videos. And he started supporting MotoStars' channel now as well.
He's got the sense of somebody who's run out of content to me. He's struggling with content.
Quick one, MT. If you were obviously following the Lexmoto channel last week, All I'll say is riding it through the woods. If that is the one that you were watching, then that's due for announcement this week. That's all I can say on it. They were riding it through the woods, so it's an off-roader.
Can I just say a wee hello to Howie? Howie, I've never met you on a live stream, so I'm pleased to meet you, mate.
Yeah, yeah, good. I've chatted on some of you, I'm commenting on some of your stuff, and you likewise. Yeah, good to meet you, mate. Good to meet you.
Fantastic.
I missed out on your live stream, Howie, because obviously
I'm well into it. I really am. This is great. I mean, for like the winter months, this is the best way to keep like a social thing going.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, the odd little comment here and there. This is absolutely, cracking. I think. Anyway,
I was lurking on your live stream.
Well, yeah.
I was in the comments, but
you were the two people watching then, is that right?
Red Bomb, incidentally, I never got a notification that you were live.
Did you not?
No.
He don't follow you.
No. It was only your Instagram post that I knew you were going live. YouTube never promoted it, mate.
Oh, blimey. That's a bit of a weird one.
I must admit, I didn't get a notification, but it did come up on my feed, so that's why I jumped on it. So.
I'm looking at the last Wednesday of every month, and I thought that'd probably be about the right sort of way to start it off, do something like that, and then, you know.
That's exactly what I was on about. If the video's already been out, MT, and you've already seen it, that is the bike. Let me just find it, and I'll put it up on the if I can find it. Yeah, they're taking pre-orders on it at the moment. So let me just hide the channel that is at the top. I'll share the screen up, and then I can show you exactly what I mean. So if I share this screen up for you, into that. So this is what is being announced, and Lexmoto are bringing this out. Now, obviously, this is American prices.
Yeah.
But it's an electric dirt bike. So it's electric. You can take it off road. You can't use it on a main road, because obviously it's an off-road bike, so it's not legally licensed. And having an electric motor, you can't ride it on the main highway or the path. So, you know, that's something they're looking to release in obviously the next week or so. Who's it going to appeal to? You're going to have a very small audience.
Exactly. What market? That to me is a beefed up mountain bike.
Exactly. It's a mountain bike with an electric motor in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so there we go. He's just said it's on their Facebook page. So, but I'm not going to be paying nearly £4,000 for one of those.
Yeah, it's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money. You know, they'd be better off. Like Andy said, it's going to flop. It's going to. Oh, there we go. 4495 on the Facebook page. So if you want a bicycle with an electric motor on it, go and pay £4,500.
An electric mountain bike, you could take it on the road.
I can honestly tell you just now, I could go onto my phone, I could go onto AliExpress, and I could get a better bike than that for £2,000 delivered to my house from China.
And obviously, we're looking at bringing another bike brand, and it's a bit of a toss-up at the moment between Mutt and Sinis. But Sinis are banging out some really nice bikes at the moment. So, you know, we shall see what next year holds. But as for, you know, obviously Chinese bikes coming out of China, I don't know whether obviously COVID and couldn't get the bikes out, but the build quality is really down at the moment. They're just chucking them out the door as quick as they can, and the build quality is going to pot at the moment.
Yeah,
it's a bit of a weird one. That
we got I work in it's like plumbing products. It's McAlpines I work for, which is one of the biggest plumbing product companies in Scotland, probably UK. And we get quite a lot of stuff from China, and we're even experiencing difficulties with some of the stuff that we're getting. And it is down to the fact that they've obviously had downtime as well, and they're playing catch up, and they're kind of compromising the quality for quantity.
Because obviously all the new models are coming out for 2022. Is anybody doing Motorcycle Live this year?
I'm not. I'm working that weekend, unfortunately.
Yeah. We're actually off to it next Sunday. Got a couple of people message me. So obviously Bruce is there. Teapot One's going to be up. I think he's doing the Devitt stand. And the boys are all going to be up there again. But I had a message from Bikeshaw, because obviously I'm insured with Bikeshaw. We advertise them all over the garage. And they said, oh, what day are you coming up? I said, it'll probably be the Sunday the 5th. I've got my tickets already. I had a couple of sort of gifted tickets to me from a certain person who I'm not going to mention, but thank you very much for the tickets. So I said to Phil, I said, I've got an extra ticket. Do you want to come with me? Yeah, all right. And obviously Bikeshaw contacted me and said, oh, great, you can come up on the stand, say hello, introduce yourself as Rev Bomb, and meet our other blogger that's going to be on the stand. And I went, oh, brilliant. Who's on the stand? Oh, it's only username Kate. And I thought, oh, shit. Okay, like, I'm here. Username Kate is like up playing God level. But he said to me, he said, username Kate's on the stand, but your mate's here as well. And I went, what's that? He went, oh, Foggy's on as well. Oh, God, old Fog. So go along and meet Foggy again. But I dropped him a message the other day. I said, oh, is the LS2 stand there? And he went, why is that? I said, because last year when we did the Coventry show, you got me a discount on my LS2. Any chance you can get me a discount this year? Piss off. So that was going to be... It's going to be interesting. Quick one from Andy. Get a scooter from Curry's, save your money.
Yeah.
Yeah. So a mountain bike with electric motor in it. Scott's obviously he might go off and do Motorcycle Live. They're going to do the London one in March instead. Yeah. There's a lot of bike shows next year. Yeah.
The London one, I think, is around about February the 13th, 14th, actually. The MCN London Festival, and I'll be going down
the country because it comes to Edinburgh in March, doesn't it?
Yeah. Is it at Angleston this year, Punkster? Yeah.
I don't know where it is, but it's somewhere in Edinburgh, isn't it? It'll be on the showground or at the.
Because I've actually my ZZR 600, we actually had a stand at it. And in fact, I think I've got it in here somewhere. I think it is. My bike was number 1 in the when it was released. See when they did the I don't actually have it at the moment. See when they did all their categories, my bike got the number 1 plate, which was absolutely fantastic.
I had a bike there a few years ago with the Vintage Motorcycle Club. But it was probably about 10 years ago.
It's good how they run it though, because I mean you get a whole weekend pass plus extras as well. Like I had a couple of armbands and there was a couple of boys that I got in for the full weekend, just because I was showing a bike.
It's always a chilly ride down. It's like the beginning of
the definitely is, mate. Honestly, it's like there was myself, my mate Graham's, and R6 Monkey, who's sort of a Scottish moto vlogger that is kind of off the charts just now, but there is a reason for it. But he will be back. But he took his bike in the car. So he's actually got a vlog where you see the two of us driving by him. So he pulls the bike out of the car and puts it up in the stand and it's ready. And we're there cleaning the bikes for like the rest of the show.
I rode down in an old BSA in March.
Yeah, the whole 2 days cleaning our bike.
Stu, your opinions on the new, because me and Simon were chatting about it, the ZX15 for next year.
Who's that getting named at?
I don't care if I want
one. Who's that getting named at? I mean, like, come on, they should see as far as that is going.
I'll tell you what they've done is the ZZR 1400 in America is the ZX14.
Yeah.
But they've just gone the American market way, ZX15, because it's a 1500.
Yeah.
And they just have to throw the supercharger on it. But I
did have the idea, even before I'd even heard of the ZX15 coming out, and I'm a very what if money was no object, what would you do? And one of my things was the H2 engine in a ZZR frame. That was one of my things, and that pretty much sounds like what they're doing. probably upping the sort of capacity slightly, but the honest
Well, it's a 1500, so it's going to be a brand new engine because they don't do a 1500 and anything else.
No.
So it's a brand new engine. It's going to be supercharged. It's going to be an absolute, God knows
Hooligan.
what, hair on fire. And it's going to be full of electrics.
It would certainly need to be, because like my Gen 1, trying to stop that Gen 1 when it's going at full chat is interesting, to say the least.
Yeah. Don't have all the
Evening, Els. He's in the room.
I just got rid of my speed triple, and that was a bit of a handful. And on paper, it hasn't got a huge horsepower, but it was 140 horsepower triple that delivered all of its kind of power low down at kind of road speed, and had nothing. It didn't even have ABS.
Well, see the thing about it is like Red Bomb and Simon will know, and they'll understand and appreciate having the GTR. Is like, for the weight of the ZZR and the GTR, when they get going, the bike the weight disappears. The only time that the weight reappears is when a corner's coming up and you need to slow down.
Yeah,
that's when you start, because
I mean, I had ridden a ZZR 1400. It's on one of my videos. A mechanic friend of mine selling it. It's an ex-police version of it, and I opened it up to overtake, and I was impressed. And I'd love it, but it's the same bike as what I got, so it's a no-brainer. But they are absolutely phenomenal. And once it's moving, I was surprised how easy I could corner it. I thought I was going to struggle. But no, it just went straight in. It dipped in and it went round lovely, And you can see how people get it wrong and they get the speed up really quick because it just arrives.
Simon, what I was amazed with the ZZR was how easy it is to pick it up off the side stand.
Yes.
Because all the weight's low down, so you're thinking this is going to be a heavy bike, and it actually sits up.
Take it off the side stand, lean it to that angle the side stand on, and then take it 2 degrees further.
That's
it's well balanced.
Of course it
is. The only reason I'm down here, because if I lower my screen, I could only afford 1.5 meters of cloth, so I've lost the bottom of my green screen now. So hence why I've shifted it up a little bit. But if I sit back, it works out a little bit better. But then I can't.
I told you he's a dwarf. He's sitting under the tree. He's a dwarf.
That tree's normal size. It's him that's quite tiny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Red Bomb. You do realise your balls are green?
I know, and I'm losing air as well, but at a big rate. So I'm catching up with a few people. So because the missus actually.
Well, this is the Ed China look I'm going for just lately. It's getting there. Just needs to be a bit longer.
I'm growing mine out as well. It's just, I think I'm having a midlife crisis, but I'm sure I'll go over it.
She actually said to me, she messaged me, she went, "Oh, Netflix," and I went, "What's that?" And our neighbour commented as well. If you have a look on my Facebook, Simon, you'll find it. But the neighbours all commented that Labyrinth is on Netflix now with David Bowie. Classic film, brilliant film. And then my missus pipes up, "Oh yeah, we love it because my hubby reminds me of you remind me of the Goblin Hoggle." I went, "Oh great, that's nice, isn't it?" She went, "Yeah, but the Goblin was cute and wrinkly." And I went, "You're trying to tell me I'm cute and wrinkly now? Work your way deeper in the hole." And she was like, "No, I meant it in a nice way."
It's a bit more rope,
yeah. I said,
"All right." A compliment where you can get it cute and wrinkly is good enough for me.
Yeah. Well, I said to her, "That's in that case, you remind me of Ludo." And she went, "What's that?" I went, "Smell bad."
I'm going to you off now and bow out. So
okay, thanks for coming in, Howie.
Anyone else comes in, but enjoyed it, and you all take care. And I'll catch you all later.
All right, pleasure meeting you, buddy. Take care.
All right, I'm going to bring someone in. The man himself, Mr. Hell's on 2 wheels.
I wear my sunglasses at night. Woo!
How you doing, brother?
Hey, it's a great day. You know, I'm full from yesterday and just getting this great weekend started. So
Excellent.
Marvelous.
Excellent.
So for everybody that doesn't know, Hells, the show's yours, mate. Take over.
We're going to get banned from YouTube real quick, and everybody have a good time.
Yeah, I haven't got Adolf Hitler's Mein Kampf with me this time.
Nah, man, no. We've been having fun the last couple of days. We've been looking at new rigs for next year. We're going to go to a toy hauler instead of Airbnbs. So,
Yay.
yeah, and they are expensive. Just to let everybody know, if you're going to get one, sell your house first.
I was watching your last video with your lad. Great video.
Which one? Oh, my live? The one with Rick Rack?
Yeah, that was really good. Yeah, you got your boy. Well, you got your boy on it, and just asking him questions and that.
Oh, yeah, the one with Hellion with my son.
That's it, Hellion. Yeah. That's great. Got a young biker in the making there.
Oh, he loves it, and he wanted to do that because, unfortunately, we do get some comments. You know, people are like, "Oh, you shouldn't be doing that with your son. You should be doing." I'm like, but he loves it.
If he likes it, enjoy it. Yeah, why not?
Yeah. So I don't know. Probably because I'm an idiot on my motorcycle and they don't think I'm cautious when I have them. I really don't know.
Yeah. So MT's just come in. Yeah, great stream the other night. A few items on my Chris release for the family to get me. So yeah, you're getting a good following now. Anyway.
Well,
no matter what you put up on the internet, there'll be somebody who gives you thumbs
of course
down.
there will.
Somebody doesn't like it. You could put a 10-minute video of kittens, and there'll be somebody who puts a negative comment and thumbs down.
Of course there is.
So someone will like dogs. Yeah.
I've had a thumbs down while my video was still processing. So how do you like that? I think it was my wife.
The problem I'm getting is if we get under 10 thumbs down, I'm doing great because I've been kicked out of so many YouTube clicks.
What I look for now is I like to see the monetization line in people's videos where they've been effing and cussing, and then all of a sudden they're not. So you suddenly see the point where they've obviously monetized and they've stopped swearing, and it's funny. I'm not judging people, but how people change.
Yeah, that's the thing I've always said. My channel is not going to be monetized because we are not going to change the music. We're not going to change what we're doing because that's what makes our videos. That's why people started watching and following us.
Yeah.
If I'm going to do anything like that, it's going to be off sponsors. You know, but nothing too.
Talking of sponsors, Zed sponsored by Shivers Regal 12-year-old. If anyone wants to send me a case,
I did a video outside the distillery.
Let me join you here.
Fantastic.
I'll tell you what.
I'll
tell you what, Zed. I decided to pop into our local shop because I do like a little bit of whiskey. They didn't have any Jack or any Crown Royal there, and I said to him, "What's a decent whiskey?" And he went, "Oh," he said, "buy this one. It's £5.29 a bottle." But a little bottle like that, £5.29. Is it all right? It's an insult to the Scots. It's got no kick to it. It's like drinking water. But I'm saving the Glenmorangie for Christmas. So
yeah, this is the first year I haven't made moonshine.
You cannot get them. They were doing apple moonshine. Believe it or not, our local. It's basically like a Walmart. They call it Morrison's over here. They were doing apple and cherry moonshine, and God, that stuff.
That's not moonshine. That's not moonshine.
If you can't run your motorcycle home with it, it's not moonshine.
Anything, it's not moonshine.
Yeah. I thought, I'll get myself a bottle. It was like £18 for a tiny little bottle, and I was like, and it just tasted like apples and cherries. There was no kick to it at all.
Yeah, I'm surprised that I haven't blown myself up yet because usually after the first batch, we get filmed pretty good while we're working on the other batches. So,
pretty much, that's moonshine, look.
Yeah, exactly.
The secret to really good moonshine is no taste, an afterburn, and you can light it on fire and it's clear. It's a really bright, clear blue flame.
and you can still see 2 days later.
You can still
Yeah.
say
You
about
haven't
saying
gone blind.
you've
Yeah.
not gone blind, yeah.
You've got it right.
My, mu-
Well, you
my
know where
mum-
you know where it came from, right? Do you know the history of where that came from? About the
No,
blindness?
go on, fire away.
Yeah.
All right. So back in the Depression era, they were using old car radiators. You know, back in the day with that coolant, that was some nasty stuff. Well, they wouldn't clean the radiators out, and that's how they were doing their heat transfer. Instead of having a worm, they run it through the radiator. So it was mixing with what was left over in there and contaminating the moonshine. And it was actually poisoning the people, making them go blind.
Yeah.
But also, the types
the
of alcohol that come off in the distillation, if you're greedy, they call it tops and tails in the whiskey industry, and it's like
That's right.
the top end of the still and the bottom end of the stiller. They're not poisonous, but they're not great for you.
Yeah.
And if you get a distiller who's a little bit tight-fisted,
Yeah.
he takes it off a bit too early and he leaves it on a bit too late, and you get a bit. And that's the shit that gives you the headache.
Yeah.
But seeing the distillery, did they not put the tops and tails back into the system? Did they not
They do.
recirculate
They can redistill it
and
if
it
they put
just
sugar and water through it
Yeah.
again. They get a bit more of a
Yeah.
feed going on it. But yeah.
Or if you're just a backwoods guy like me, you just pour it back in and run it through again.
Well, you do. You run it a few times,
Yeah,
don't
yeah.
you? Or it's
Yeah.
not good. But
My,
the
my
early
mum,
stuff.
my mum was a community education officer, and they did an exchange with students from Romania. And this, we had a boy in our house, and we had a meal, and he brought this moonshine, and it was his granny that had made it in a still in their backyard, and it was made with plum.
Yeah.
And what he said was that in Romania, if you go to a party, everyone brings their own moonshine. He said, and when you're finished the bottle, everybody's friends. And I think that's brilliant. I think that's brilliant.
They wouldn't be friends with me because I'd be naked.
Go on, Joe.
Oh, no.
Drew, can I ask you what mic have you got, buddy? Because that sounds crystal clear, mate.
This is the new J Lab that just came out.
Oh, it sounds absolutely excellent.
And it is an excellent deal. It's a mic that right now you can get the mic where it's a new mic. You get the mic with the headset. It's USB, and you can get it for $110 right now. Both setups.
Excellent. That sounds absolutely crystal clear.
Yeah, it sounds
I've
great.
got to say this about somebody in the room and just commenting, and you just put one of his comments up there about the. He's quite a connoisseur when it comes to alcohol. So much so, he's built an entire club in his back garden.
Rum. Very nice. Does he like Ducky Share rum then? He's a rum man.
140% proof.
Very nice.
How's that even? I thought it was. Is that even legal to sell? 140?
I'm sure I've got paintbrushes that I need cleaning.
If it's a true 140?
It's good for shining the chrome on your bike.
Yeah.
You get them GS pipes nice and clean, yeah.
It's add a little Coke to that, man. You'll be able to dissolve a whole body.
I've
been very fortunate learning about distilling. A lot of the guys who I used to work with who were part-time firefighters in the Murray area all work in the distillery. So I've got quite a few guys up there who are backroom boys who really know their stuff when it comes to distilling. And we've, how should we put it? We've made little spills and had a bit of fun, just with pressure cookers and pressure cookers and plumbing supplies,
Yeah.
The skill is in making your pot. If you gotta be able to make a good pot to allow the evaporation process to work really good.
You
antifreeze.
That's why he's always on.
Embalming fluid.
It's good science.
But I'm just an old hillbilly mountain man learning how to moonshine. So,
There's nothing better than a drink that actually makes you drunk from the feet upwards, but it never gets above your waist. So you're sitting totally compass mentis, but when you go to the toilet, you just fall over.
Well, it's that thing is, I'm drinking, I'm not drunk. I'm not drunk, I'm not drunk. I'm too drunk. Suddenly, it's like a switch.
I lost my legs.
Absolutely.
Wonderful stuff.
I'm telling you, Lucius, I can never drive again. I can't feel my legs.
Another quick one for you, because obviously we've dumped Sky. We got sick to death of Sky. If I don't know if obviously Hell's Drew, if you've heard of a package called Sky TV, but they do all the channels.
Right. Yeah.
So they do like Discovery and NBC Channel and all that. Over here, it's about £40 a month, so about $50 a month for the cheapest. So we went and bought a Fire Stick. So we've got Fire Stick, we've got Netflix, we've got Amazon. we bought the illegal Fire Stick where you can use Kodi and go and download films with it as well. But the thing popped up on Netflix the other day. It was like the original series of Magnum, and I'm like, oh, you can watch the first lot for free, and then episode 3 is like £1.99. I went, forget that. Right, we'll do Knight Rider then. So we watched the first 2 Knight Riders. £1.99 again, so you have to pay to watch the 3rd episode. But then she went, oh, this one looks quite good. I went, what's that? She went, oh, it's about this guy that lives in the American hills. And I went, all right, is it? Because I'm in Grizzly Adams. I said to her, because I like the this where they just go off. There's a series on used to be on Sky called Living Off the Grid, where people just go off the grid and just build themselves a cabin and just live in the woods. And I absolutely love it. And she went, oh, this will appeal to you. All right, we'll watch Grizzly Adams. We watched it for. She went, there's a bear in it. Of course there is. That's his friend. That's the grizzly bear. Yeah, that's how he got called Grizzly Adams. 3rd episode, £7.99. So nearly $10 to watch the next. All right. I've just found it on download, so I've just downloaded the first 2 series of it free of charge.
I thought you were going to say.
So if you want to talk about any TV series, you can only talk about the first 2 episodes because Red Bomb's not seen anything after that.
I'm a weirdo. I don't have a telly, so we quit the whole TV thing a while back.
There's rubbish on at the moment.
I know. Who was the British wrestler that had the bear?
Oh, God.
Remember the British wrestler back in the 80s?
Yeah. Oh,
he used to go to shows all over the country with a bear.
I used to watch wrestling on a Saturday afternoon at my nan.
Well, he was on that, but it used to.
I can only remember Cat Weasel and Big Daddy and Giant Haystacks.
Giant Haystacks, yeah.
This guy used to go to the shows with bears and stuff.
And Andy Robbins, Scottish professional wrestler.
Aye, Andy Robbins.
Yeah, with his wife Maggie and Hercules the bear.
Hercules, that's right.
There you go.
Had to be Scottish.
Oh, here we are.
Pantomime in pants.
Street Hawk. Oh, God, yeah. I remember Street Hawk.
Street Hawk was good.
Yeah, that was actually based. They based it on the Honda CR. I think it was the CR 500 dirt bike, and they actually built the chassis around the motocross bike because the Street Hawk bike used to do jumps everywhere, but it was originally a Honda CR 500.
I'm afraid my childhood program was the Fall Guy.
Oh yeah.
Lee Major. I loved that truck. I actually had a Tonka version of it. I still actually have it.
It was the Bionic Man for me, but I'm a bit older. $6 million man.
Yeah.
Oh no, I'm still thinking about Tom Selleck and Hawaiian shirts after he said Magnum PI.
Well, we'll see the Ferrari Testarossa that he had.
He was.
Lee Majors, $6 million man.
Yeah, he looked like he looked more like a cocaine cowboy than a Magnum PI.
There was oh God, let me just find it.
The Dukes of Hazzard. There you go. I thought they invented moonshine.
Why are you going to talk about my family like that? Jeez.
Have you ever watched any of the documentaries about the making of the Dukes of Hazzard? They actually like the General Lee. They actually had scale models of the car because it was becoming so expensive to jump the car. They decided that they would scale everything down. So they had small police cars, small model General Lees, and they did all this. They had a different production team that just filmed everything was on model sets. The trees were about that high. You know, just for the jump
scenes. Before CGI and all that shit.
Yeah,
so
absolutely. So everything had to be done by hand.
I'm just going to share this up for you, Zed, a second. So
there you go.
Yeah.
Look,
here we
wow,
go.
yeah.
So if you've got the money, there you go.
Oh,
Yeah.
son, there's all kinds of those laying around in the U.S.
There's a guy on TikTok that I follow, and he's got one, and it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, there's all kinds of square bodies.
There's also a guy on TikTok that's works for a Harley Davidson dealer that's like Mr. T.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, that's his character persona.
But
there was loads of good stuff in the 80s.
Well, growing up with Dukes of Hazzard, we ruined a bunch of cars in high school. So, and there's a funny story about that. All right,
if boy Luke can do it.
Yeah. So, I was a young kid when that came out. And of course, everybody watched it. And the first time my mom got pulled over, I asked him if he knew Roscoe P. Coltrane.
Oh, God, yeah. Roscoe P. Coltrane, you got your ears on, Cletus.
What was funny in the UK was it might have been cool in America to have a rebel flag on the top of a Charger or something, but you used to see mini Metros and Allegros, which were the dullest fucking cars you've ever seen in your life.
Man.
With rebel
and they all put the air holes on.
Definitely.
Cool. I mean, in a way, it's brilliant, but it was just like tiny little British cars.
An Austin Metro with one of the rear airbags blown in its suspension, sitting to the one side.
It was a bit of a time, wasn't it?
There's a railroad crossing. Bridge, we don't need no stinking bridge.
Yeah. See, the one I always used to like. We actually went to one of these autograph signings where all the celebrities turn up, and you could go and get an autograph or a photo with them. And they had the guy that was in what was it? Smokey and the Bandit, the cop.
Yeah.
And he's
it crossed over all that, didn't it? Because it was even in the James Bond film, Rollerball, wasn't it?
Yeah, he's like, put the evidence in the car, Junior. In the back of the car.
Junior, I should slap your mama, Junior.
That's it. Yeah, we actually got to see him. It was like, oh my God! I said, that's the bloke from Smokey and the Bandit. But he wanted something like £50 for a photo. I'm like, nah, forget that.
Well, he is quite big, isn't he? You pay him by the pound, yeah.
Who is this? This is Sheriff Buford T. Justice. Who am I talking to right now?
Yeah. See, the best one that we met, you can't. If I let me just flip this, grab this camera. Oh God, what have I done now?
You turned the wrong one off.
Hang on.
That's just your crotch we can see now.
Yeah.
I've just pulled the wrong damn camera.
Wow. Now we can see inside the bedside table drawer, and you've got some toys in there.
Right. Let me
this just went to OnlyFans. We're in trouble.
I'm sure I can see.
Oh, look, he's got a swing in the bedroom.
Yeah. I was trying to flip it round so that I could show you the Star Wall behind me. I've just killed my bloody camera now. Right, start camera. Let's try again. Right, let me try again. So up there, that's my Star Wall. So Freddy, Apollo Creed, Hellraiser, the Mrs. Lot. She collected all the EastEnders. Shane Ritchie, Terminator, Pink, and a guy called Mark Hamill. If you remember V, he was the cameraman in V.
Well, that explains all the lightsabers in the nightstand.
Yeah. And the thing we follow at the moment.
I haven't got as many bits as you, but there's a signed one.
Hey.
Should cherish that, man.
Yeah.
One of the best Formula One drivers ever to live.
Signed hat as well when he was six-time
Fantastic, man.
champion.
Only signed pictures I got are my mugshots.
Like it.
Probably my favourite, and it's sitting on the wall just here, is because obviously I follow a big series in America called The Walking Dead, all based in Georgia.
All right, before you get into this, all right. So when it first started, I'm like, all right, I'll see what this is all about. But when the idiot gets out of a perfectly working tank in the middle of zombies, yeah, I'm done. I am so done because that's not real life.
But I got that. So the missus managed to get me that for Christmas last year, and it's
it's Daryl.
Norman Reedus and Andrew, what's his name? Yeah, Daryl and Rick. So that cost her, I know that cost her an arm and a leg. So
I don't know whether you saw.
If you're into zombie movies, an arm and a leg isn't bad.
I was in a zombie film. It was a flop. It was a terrible film, but we've got a local Facebook biker group just for ride outs and things, you know, and we got a message asking if we would be extras in a low budget film. So we thought, yeah, fuck it, why not?
I saw the vlog you did, mate.
Yeah, so we turned up
it's brilliant. It was
at
good.
the prison, believe it or not, the local prison, and we rode in, and they give us guns, and we were like, fuck me, this is brilliant. You know, climbed up on the roof of the prison, and we thought that was it. And then they were so pleased with us. They were like, "We come to another venue," and we spent about 3 months filming on this thing.
Brilliant.
It was an absolute scream. I mean, they didn't pay us anything; they fed us, and that was all we needed. You know, it was just an excuse to have a laugh.
I actually watched the film. It's good.
Eventually, you know, Redcon 1 it was called, and it was just dreadful. It was fucking awful, but it was good fun.
He says low budget, and all I hear is bow chicka bow wow.
Yeah, it could have gone that way.
Oh my gosh.
No, it was good. It was the people who made it had got a background in kind of martial arts, and a couple of the people on the set were wrestlers and whatnot. But the crowd were great. The crew were good, and they liked us because all the stars were like interested in bikes. So people were like, well, have a ride if you want. Guys I were with were pretty relaxed. So a couple of the kind of bigger names were like, oh, there you go, here's a key. You want to go for a ride, you know. And they did buggered off riding around the prison and that. And I think it endeared us to them. So they were like, they fed us and looked after us, and we had a laugh. It was good fun.
We'll see if Drew knows who this is. This was a wee autograph that I got.
I can't say I don't have my glasses on. I'm not like you. I'm not cool.
Two times world darts champion Gary Anderson. He's sponsored by my company, so he actually came out and I got to play darts against him. And
did you win?
I think no, I didn't. see, to be quite honest, like the first go, I think I get 81 or something like that, and like he just went like bang, 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 180. It's like see anyone that showed any ambition whatsoever, he just absolutely rattled them. It was good to watch. He's a top bloke, but he's a nice lad.
You should.
You have all got autographed pictures above your computer. I've got a 3D print of my spine when I broke my back. Look.
Oh my goodness.
Oh God.
That's L4 and L5. That's my back.
Oh.
A big break down the back of it. So there you go. It's there to remind me not to be a fucking idiot. That's what it's there for.
I might need that reminder.
Yeah, but a few of them and you forget. Yeah.
No, it reminds me every morning when I get out of bed. But,
yeah,
like people say to you like, "Oh, you know, how you doing?" Yeah, I got up. I'm breathing, and today's a good day.
Honestly.
Yeah, pain's binary. You're either alive or you're dead. It's as simple as that. Everything else is just, living.
Exactly. Yeah.
And he needs to get Michelle to do some dusting. There you go. He's only got dust above his computer. That's me in trouble next time I see her. Yeah.
It's my knee's my weak link. I've had cartilage operations twice, which both times have been unsuccessful. I've got a reduction on my knee as well, which is basically a polite way of saying that I've got the onset of arthritis. So,
Right.
I'm trying to
Here we
grab
go.
as much. I'm trying to grab as much bike time in as possible before I have to actually sort of go to a different style of bike, more upright,
Right.
probably.
We're going to find where we can fit this guy in. Are you ready, fellows? Everybody in the room? Better bring him in, the superstar of the show. Get ready for his show tomorrow at 8 o'clock. It's the man himself, Stevie.
Go.
What's happening, guys?
What's up?
How we doing, boys?
How you doing,
we're
brother?
good.
Very good, very good.
Remember, Zed, you will always look cool in sunglasses, no matter
Thanks
what.
very much.
So,
Zed, he does, doesn't he?
Cheers,
Regardless of what Zed wears, he's always fucking cool, isn't he? Sorry to swear. Sorry.
I'm going to do a bit of sucking up here. Military biker, after your show last week, sorry, I went straight online and bought one of your hoodies. It's coming soon.
Did you?
So,
yeah. Mate, you're a star. Cheers, pal. I appreciate that, mate. Absolutely do. Thanks very much.
Yep.
Well, I did my cleaning in my combat jacket afterwards. It was just.
Yeah. Do you know what, mate? I was laughing my head off. See, when you put that in, I was fucking laughing my head off. Honestly, that was hilarious. I did think to myself, pocket man, shall I just go and get me all my DPM on and go hoover in the house and stuff?
Mark and underpants, just round the house with a hoover.
Or just go in full three Romeo, mate, full NBC gear and respirator on, do the housework. That would be better.
Well, we're doing well. I've got 11 in my room. Teapot 1 and Richie Vida have got 949, but we're having a damn sight more fun here.
Yeah,
you're having far much more fun. Yeah,
exactly. All the big boys talk about sponsorships and what they're doing next and all that crap, whereas we just talk about everyday shit, man. It's way better viewing.
And while you're there, if you're looking for phones, I can sell you a nice rock form mount.
Oh my gosh! I'm glad I've been kicked out of that clique. I'm so glad I've been kicked out of that clique. But anyways,
I had a strange one this week. You know, you've got a pal and he never asks you for help, and you get a phone call out of the blue. My best mate Dave, I had a phone call from him. He's got a boat down in the harbour, and I had a phone call, and all he said was, "I've cut my hand. I need your help."
Oh,
and I was like, "Fuck!" That's because he's a hard bastard.
Aye.
And he was working on a boat engine. And it had pulled his hand in and pulled his hand in through all of the pulleys. Not just one of them, but all of them. And he cut his thumb off. And he met me, he walked along the gangplank and he met me holding his thumb on. And there was fucking blood everywhere. We took him up to the hospital. He got his stitch back on. And they fished his tendons out from past his elbow. And he's had it all stitched and he's got his use of his thumb back.
Oh, brilliant.
That's good. That's good. I was going to say, was it his whole finger or was it the one next to it?
Just right through. And he showed me, and he's an ex-firefighter. He's an ex-fire officer, so he's pretty clued up about what to do. He showed me, and I could see through the ball joint and through the other side. And I'm like, let's not do that again. Let's hold that together. Hang on a minute. Let's see if I can. He sent me a picture after the hospital, after they'd stitched it up. I don't know if you can.
Rev, get that on big screen, man. We're all sick. Fucks, get it on.
Let me remember how to do that.
Are you sure that's his thumb?
Little skin graph going on. Let's go.
Mate, look at that.
The one on his forearm, that's where they cut it open.
Tendon. The tendon. Yeah.
That's
well, man, I hope he heals well.
Real lucky boy.
Yeah.
Oh, Jesus.
So he's going to be in a splint for 6 weeks to stop him moving his hands. But, yeah. And he sails on his own. That could have happened 10 miles offshore. He'd have been absolutely knackered if it had happened.
My big brother, before he retired, he was a police officer up in Fraserburgh, and he got called out to a fishing trawler that was on its way back to port, and it was a fisherman that, when they were pulling the nets in, get his arm caught, and basically the arm was yanked clean off, and the boy actually continued with the catch. I mean, they're hardy boys up there anyway, but they continued with the catch.
To them as well, you know.
But they basically, my brother was there just to do a report because the boy's like, I'm fine, I'm going to hospital. That is what it is, and just unreal.
Wow.
Yeah, our casualty department in the town, you see some horror stories, guys walking in, and they've had accidents on the boats.
Aye.
And it's just like shit. I mean, we've got a lot of Thai fishermen working on the boats, and they're tough as nails. And they just walk in. Like I say, they've got fingers hanging off. And they walk into the casualty at the desk and they go,
"Oh, that's crazy."
Right. Yeah. Tough guys.
Now, hang on. What about the sponsorship thing? Because, you know, I bring on the people from the manufacturers and stuff on my shows.
That's just a scratch.
Just a scratch.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yes.
What happened there?
You hear me?
Yeah, sponsorship. Yeah, I don't have many sponsors actually. I've literally got one sponsor, and that's a patch company, and that's it. But the only thing I do with mine, I said to them, you know, if people want to go and buy their patches, then use my code, which is just RevBomb10. You can get 10% off patches. But I'm not into being sponsored. I won't. You know, I've had companies come to me and say, oh, you know, if you do a demo of our helmet, yeah, I'll do a demo. Oh yeah, but if you was well, it's a cheap brand helmet, and they said to me, you know, will you do a demo of our helmets, and we'll pay you so much per month, and obviously my channel, if you actually go on my website, I actually say to people, if you want to come along, you know, and obviously get a bit of sponsorship, what I'll do is advertise. I'll put your name in the feed on every description. And I'll give you like £200 a year, and you can have sponsorship on my channel, and I'll have one of your patches. Now, the only one that actually sponsors me and took that up was my Super Sausage Cafe that I go to every Sunday. And he said, rather than give you the 200 quid, he said, have one of our patches. Every time you do a Super Sausage video, drop a link in, or this is me going off to Super Sausage. But I'll give you a coffee and a bacon roll every time you turn up. And I went, yeah, all right. It's going to cost me $5 every time I turn up. I'll have a bit of that.
Yeah. Well, my thing is you know, I have my show where I bring these companies on and do a show talking about something specific. Yeah. But in my videos, I'm not like doing a freaking info commercial, you know, with them.
But
I look towards sponsorship because I don't want my channel.
I'm going to smash my fucking internet up in a minute.
Good job, Scouts.
What the fuck, man?
And we're live.
Typical.
That's all that Adolf stuff you were showing last week. They're cutting your
I think Military Bike has got a problem with AT&T or somebody. Yeah.
Typical British tanker can't figure it out.
Boys, I'll be right back. My fucking computer's going Mongolish. I'll be back in a minute.
See you in a minute, Stevie.
But what I'm saying is, I do it because I'm not going to have my followers pay for anything.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But what's been happening lately, that it's not a bad thing, but I try not to make it an info commercial. We'll be on other stuff talking about it, and people will start talking something specific to the sponsor I have, and I'm like, I want to talk about it, but I don't want to talk about it because I don't want to see them trying to push stuff on to people.
You see, I have, because obviously we do a lot of, through the garage, we do a finance company, we do Bike Shaw, we do Adrian Flux, we used to do the one that's just gone down this week, MCE. Yeah, so we used to push MCE. And obviously I used to say to people, you know, you've got a choice of, if you're shopping around for insurance on a motorcycle, grab this. But if you want to do it, do it. But, you know, I'm quite happy to advertise your company free of charge, but you know, at the end of the day, what am I going to get out of it? Because you're making a huge, great amount of money out of me, you know. And it's the same for any of us guys that are trying to push stuff through. It's like Zed, if he was advertising like bowling balls, you know, if he does his bowling and that.
I'm more likely to advertise that, buddy.
Yeah.
If they can send me a case of this, I'll advertise the life out of them.
Yeah, exactly. So if you're going to make some money out of something, we've all got to make a buck somewhere. You know, we don't do the. If you actually work, because I actually there's a thing in England. What we do is called time and motion study.
Yeah.
And it's how many hours you put into something, how much you're spending on it. And obviously invest in the gear to do what you're doing. Someone like Hells is like he rides all over bloody America, you know, and his camera gear, his time to edit videos. You actually work out how much that costs, and then the investment you're getting back. We're all losing money here for banging these videos out.
See if I was a company and I had a product that I wanted somebody to try out, Drew would be the perfect candidate. One, because of the amount of miles that he does. Two, because it's all weathers. Three, because if any company that wants to actually ask him to do any product research for him will know that he's going to shoot straight from the hip and he's straight laced about it, and he's not going to just say that it's good for the sake of it. So I would be more than happy to give you a product, because I would imagine that all your followers would know that if you're saying that it's good, it's got to be good, because you're going to have to put up with it for thousands of miles, not just a weekend ride.
A weekend ride is thousands of miles.
Yeah.
What?
No sound.
You sound perfect. Just keep it like that.
What mic's that you're using, Stevie?
Now Scouse is going to have the mom corner.
Oh, Jesus.
I think Military Bikes has been censored. I think that's what it is. Over the book he showed last week. Yeah.
No need to be nasty to him. Oh, which way did he go? That way.
Yeah.
He's over there.
He's over there.
That's the life skills that the military teaches. When all else fails, just break it.
Yeah, it was a little guy in a moustache just over there.
Yeah.
So, Stevie, tell me, what does it feel like being a civvy? Because it's weird, isn't it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
Oh, he can't be. Turn your mic on.
Turn your mic on, Stevie.
Stevie, testing 1 2 1 2.
No.
We actually had
this one.
Yeah. We actually had a guy in the garage today, and he said to me, we were chatting about old military habits, and I said to him, believe it or not, when I first, because obviously Simon's met Mel, when we first got together, it took her 7 years to get me into a pair of jeans, because I would not go out in a pair of jeans. I would always wear suit trousers, and they had to have a crease down the front of them.
How's that?
And it was just that's better, Stevie.
On, Stevie, loud and clear.
Yeah. And the thing is, I've got at the weekend I like to dress up. We go out and have a meal, and I wear a shirt. I'll slob around in a t-shirt, but I have never to this day owned a tracksuit or a pair of jog bottoms.
Well, it's in my blood. I'm a Scouser. It's in my blood, man. We're born wearing a shell suit, like Zed.
Yeah.
Like Zed from Glasgow.
Yeah.
But the pocket full of wheel nuts, I know.
Yeah. But the one
you can't see his perm because he's got hat on. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. It's not just a normal perm, it's a frizzy perm.
The one thing she will never ever do is iron my shirts. I have to iron my own shirts.
So, Stevie, now we can hear you. has it hit you yet being a civilian or a veteran? Because you're not a civilian, you'll never be a civvy, but...
Do you know what, mate? I think because I'm still getting paid for a couple more months, it hasn't really hit me yet. I suppose once I stop getting paid by the army, then it'll probably hit me. But do you know what, mate? I'm enjoying the time off. You know, the missus has got me doing all sorts of fucking shit in the house that we haven't had time to do. So, you know, new house, new digs and all that sort of stuff. So I've got shit to do. So I think keep myself busy, mate. And even now, mate, I'm getting text messages from the lads at work, fucking, because there's nobody came in to replace me. I'm still kind of like, you know, working via the phone, which is a fucking pain in the ass, obviously. But
you're teaching them what you've left. Yeah,
it is what it is. You know, I'm on gardening leave, mate, and I'm going to give them till probably Wednesday next week, and I'm going to say, look, I'm gone. You need to stop fucking messaging me. Deal with it yourselves.
Hi, Stevie. How do we turn the tank left?
yeah, exactly. It's just,
What's this big red button for?
Keep trying to shoot it, but don't go bang.
What's the password for? Yeah, I know.
Yeah. All that, mate. All that. What's your password for this? Fuck off. Say again?
It'll take you months and months and months. In fact, I go as far as like, I didn't really feel like I left 5 minutes. For 2 years after leaving.
I mean, I don't think I will sort of get used to it, mate. You know, 24 years is a fucking long time, and I've been doing it for a long time, so I don't think it'll just go away overnight. Like you said, it'll take me probably years, but I'll always have that mentality. I'll always have that mentality of the way that we've been brought up, you know, in the forces and stuff. You know, hard work and get it get it done and all that type of shit. That'll never go away. You know what I mean?
And revel in it. Don't.
Yeah.
You know, like I say, you're not a civilian. You're a veteran. So
yeah, exactly.
It's a slightly different thing.
Yeah. Wait till you have to work with civilians.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean. Good thing is, I managed to nab myself a job at the week just a couple of days ago. So I'm gonna go into that civvy life and it'll be like, fucking hell.
Yeah,
it's gonna be a bit weird.
They're gonna look at you like you're weird.
It's gonna be. Do you know what's gonna be weird? Not being able to shout at people and call them cunts. That's gonna be weird.
What?
Oh yeah, you can still do it.
Normally. Yeah, you can still do it. You just might not keep your job very long.
Yeah,
but if you do that, Steve, if you do that, I'm a union rep. I'll get you off.
Good lad. Cheers, pal.
Yep. Unless you become a
work with ex-fire officers, so we're all retired and we all work together.
Yeah,
so
that's it. That's what I'm not going to say too much because obviously you know it is what it is. But I'm going into a job where there's a few military guys in there and it's very military orientated. So it should be all right. We'll see.
Yeah, military biker. I've got to ask, what state are you in? Because I'll take you to state side, didn't you? Hey?
Yeah. Shit state normally.
Is that an office?
I'm in Alberta, mate. I'm not in a state. I'm in a province, so I'm in Alberta in Canada.
You should have seen the state he was in when he did that live stream for how many hours?
That was in shit state.
I went to bed, got up, and come back on it.
I was trying to make it out from watching some of your videos what state you was in, and I couldn't work it out. So I don't know why.
Well, it depends. If you watch the live streams, I'm in shit states. But if you watch the normal videos, I'm not in shit states. So
no.
Yeah.
To be fair,
I did like the video where you got absolutely soaked though. That was funny. That reminded me of being in England. Yeah. So.
Oh, the first part of the Roland Barrage road trip. Yeah, that was fucking. But you know what? Like it was for a cause. You know what I mean? It was for the PTSD sub veteran sort of thing. So any other fucking guy would have probably just turned around, or any other non sort of minded the way that we all are. You know, it would have just went fuck this and turned around. Whereas I just cracked on, mate, and you know it was for PTSD awareness. So there was no way I was going to fucking turn around.
Yeah.
No way. But what annoyed me the most is it hadn't rained for nearly 3 fucking months. 3 months with no rain. In the morning, I get up to go on a fucking. I was like, when the garage door went up, I was like, oh, for fuck's sake. Well, yeah.
You haven't got me banned yet, then?
No, not yet. Working on it.
We'll work on it, lad. Yeah, don't worry.
I managed to get a wee saving today on the Black Friday. I've got a Samsung. It's like a 24-inch curved monitor for my PC, and I've got like another. I've got like a sort of TV stroke monitor that I've used as a secondary monitor. But the Black Friday deal, the monitor that I had, which was about 150 quid, was down to 90 quid. And I was like, I managed to bag it. So I'm going to have 2 curved monitors on a nice wee mount. So
Very nice.
Sweet, mate. That's good.
I've actually got 2 computers running here at the moment. There's my other one over there, running off a 42-inch TV. So
Yeah.
What are you doing there, Si? Mining for fucking Bitcoin?
no, that's the NFL Game Pass. Yeah.
Oh. Are you into NFL? Are you? You like a bit of NFL?
Yeah.
Friday from here on in.
Yeah. Hang on. Pennsylvania State.
All right,
Philadelphia.
Nice.
Philadelphia Eagles. Yeah.
Oh, nice, yeah. Sweet.
I've got family live in Reading, Pennsylvania, so yeah, I started following the Eagles some years ago, and yeah, I'm still there.
Poor you.
I don't mind a bit of NFL.
There's always next season.
I don't know anything about American football. I'm a Miami Dolphins fan.
Yeah. It's a funny story. I was in Florida on holiday, and it was the year the Dolphins had sacked their coach. And my mum paid for us all to go out on this tour to see the Dolphins. And the woman there's like, well, they're usually here, they're not here. Oh, they're usually here, they're not here. So I just walked up to her. I went, they're all out looking for a new head coach. And she fell about laughing.
The only one time we did, obviously, when I used to DJ, we did a tour of the States, and I'll never forget, we went out to we did obviously Florida, Wet and Wild, and we went out to a place called St. Petersburg, nice little coastal town. It was like 5 English guys, and we went into this they call it a deli out there, they don't call it like a sandwich hut or whatever. I went into this deli and I said to him, oh, can I get a BLT? A what? A BLT. Bacon, lettuce, tomato. She went, oh, yeah, blah, blah, sandwich, whatever. Are you eating in? I went, no, I'm going to go sit on the beach. And she laughed at me. And I went, I'm not allowed to sit on the beach. Yeah, but you can go out if you want. And everybody in this diner was laughing at me. And I'm like, all right. So I got this sandwich, goes down to the beach. Whoom, down come the seagulls. Yeah. Yep. Drop
and they'll fucking mug you over there. They're big fuckers, yeah.
Yeah. Come running back in.
She went, in any coastal town, mate.
Yeah.
Is a free sandwich. And I went, oh, it's all right, I'll pay for it. She went, no, it's a free sandwich. We've just spent the last 10 minutes laughing at you.
Thank you for the entertainment. Yeah.
Never ever eat outside.
Red Bomb, if you come up here and come to one of the chippy runs, honestly, hold on to your chippy, because up here they've got steel toe cap boots on.
Oh, actually,
don't mention chippy, man.
It's quite funny watching the tourists, actually.
Next year, our group and Andy, who's in the side chat, we're actually looking at doing the NC 500 next year, because we've never done it in all the years we've been biking, but we're planning on coming up to see you lot and doing the 500 next year. So
excellent, man.
The North Coast. Yeah. Any tips? Yeah, don't do it. Yeah. No, seriously. Any tips?
I think choose what month you want to do it quite carefully, that you avoid caravans and camper vans and stuff like that.
Don't do it in the summer.
So avoid half term and summer holiday, basically.
I would say go early, go late. Choose one of those. Don't go in the peak time, because it'll be an interrupted journey, put it that way, because you'll be constantly navigating around.
We're definitely going to organise it next year sometime. Me and Simon come up, and we'll probably come up on a Friday and come up to Scotland, and then obviously do the run back on the Sunday or whatever, but come up and meet all you guys.
Yeah, absolutely.
It'll be fantastic. As I say, just let us know when you are coming up, and we'll be about.
Single track road. Yeah. It's a single track road for many of it, and there's a lot of camper vans, so it takes longer than you would think.
Andy just said probably
May a good month.
Yeah, it's good for me. Yeah.
I'm asking these guys, is it a good month to go up there in May? Not too cold and not too caravan-y.
No, I would say you're in and about the right time. Weather can be a wee bit hit and miss, but
mate, you should be all right. Look, fucking Zed's got his sunglasses on in fucking November.
Exactly. The snow is belting off the windows as well, mate.
That's to stop him going snowblind. That's what that is. Yeah.
No, it's because I'm warm inside.
Oh, where it is! Look, here it is. Fucking hell.
Yeah, we'll definitely have to. We'll organise something for next year. So.
You got a copyright strike.
I wear my sunglasses at night. Don't get me started. You don't want to sing it.
Yeah, that's you fucked now, Rev. You got a copyright strike.
Okay.
I stopped it before you get the copyright strike. So,
Oh, come on. Let's be fair. Let's be fair. All them books we showed up with the certain author while he was at the room. That'll do it.
yeah, I mean, you got me on here, so the FBI is at least watching you. So,
Exactly.
like right now, I send text to my old lady.
Yeah, man, old biker, you need a big bike to come with us, mate.
Definitely, yeah.
But yeah, I send text to my old lady and say stuff about the NSA just so they have to read it.
Quick question. How good is that bloody mic? Yeah, I know. I tell you.
I wear my sunglasses at night.
Drew, you're definitely going to have to post a link to that mic because it's absolutely spot on.
Dump it in the stream. It in the stream. Yeah.
Yeah, especially for the price, you know. And it's a USB mic.
I'll tell you what. You tune in next week. We'll all have one. Dump the link.
I'm going to be on Amazon in half an hour trying to find one.
I'm going to do it while we're talking.
Black Friday.
Hey, yo, I got this talking can
Black
right
Friday.
here. It's really good, man. You got to go to Amazon and find it. I'll tell you what. Woo-wee.
Oh, got me done. Stevie looks like he's in the local radio station with that one, doesn't he? He's like,
yeah, good evening and welcome to the Military Biker. I am fucking Blandy Blah. Yeah. It doesn't say cheap and nasty, but it sounds all right. So,
good evening. Welcome to the Military Bikers Love Channel. KLT.
Very cheeky Lockwood. It's like, if you haven't seen my green screen, it's like I can only afford a certain amount of material because I've got the bottom missing it. Hence why the camera's up a little bit. So
do you know the best green screen you can possibly buy instead of going out and spending a lot of money on all this green screen bollocks? Go to the local craft store where they do a luminous green card. And buy it for I think it's 10 cents. Well, it is over here. It's 10 cents a go, so probably about 20p back in the UK. And it saves you a fuckload of money, and it works perfectly.
Yeah, it just has to be a stable color. Is it, Steve? You see the stuff that you get? Is it matte?
No, mate. It's just a luminous green card.
Has it got a gloss? Yeah.
No.
Yeah, I must admit, I like the ZX background. It's got a blue wall with a white cross on it.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, there you go. Look at that.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Perfect.
Yep.
He took that off a pool table in the last bar he was in.
Hey, the last guy that was playing pool, he didn't seem like he wanted to do it after he tried to swallow a cue ball. So I just took the
If you turn it round, it'll have the blue oyster bar on the other side.
Don't, you'll get him stripping again.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Oh, I love it. Oh, it's all gone very quiet now.
It's because he just tried to undress.
So, I don't know about you guys, but obviously I was exploring, I know Rev, you have as well, the possibility of getting another action camera that's not a fucking GoPro that's going to cost $6 billion. Right? So I went out and bought
Don't buy DJI.
a Kaiser, it's called a Kaiser Bass Kaiser Bass X400 action camera. Does 4K and all that sort of stuff. I haven't managed to get it going yet because the fucking battery is dead out the box. So I've got to get a new battery for it to be able to work. But apparently these things are really good. Like I said, they do 4K. It's got stabilization. It's got all of that gear. But I just haven't used it yet because obviously it's fucking dead.
What's the name? What's the name of that?
It's a Kaiser Bass. So it's KAISER BAAS X400.
I was going to say, it doesn't look like a fish to me.
Let me just turn that off a minute. Yeah, my one. So here's my helmet. Let me take my gloves out the centre. So that's mine. But I've got the original Ghost S on the side. So that's my Ghost S. obviously I've been plugging Ghost. Everyone says, "Oh, you've got to go GoPro. You've got to do this. You've got to do GoPro." I've always stuck with Drift because Drift's been a bloody good camera.
Yeah.
And I ordered myself one off of I got one on eBay and went, oh, this new Ghost, the Ghost X, the new one, but it's got a weird port to plug the microphone in, so I've got to get a different mic extension. But they sent me another one, one of those, yeah. So little button on the back, that's it, Ghost XLs. I bought one, and Drift actually sent me an X demo model. But I'd gone out and bought the bloody Insta already, so I've got my Insta 360, so I've got a spare camera sitting around. So I don't know what one you use, Drew. What do you use on yours?
GoPros and like the nines and the 360 and the DJI drone is what I use.
Yeah.
But I've got a spare Ghost sitting around, so you know, if anybody wants to drop me a link, what I might do is obviously, because I said I was going to do a Christmas giveaway. Yeah. So I'm just gonna literally bang a load of merch in, couple of stickers, t-shirt, a hat, a mug. I'm gonna chuck that Drift camera in as well. But I've mentioned it on one of my vlogs, and it's whoever does the quirkiest comment, me and the missus, because I'm going to let the wife decide who gets this bundle of merch free of charge. So that's going
great idea, that mate.
Yeah, we're just going to chuck the whole lot in, postage free, just bang it out. But just for the quirkiest comment.
Yep.
Yeah. And I'm not looking for anything out of it. It's just a little bit of a freebie giveaway. Someone can have a Christmas present out of it. I've got so many damn cameras. I've bought these. Thanks to Stu, I went out and bought a couple of those little £10 B&M cameras. Yeah, great. You know, if you want to do home movies in the bedroom, yeah, all right, fine, fair enough. But
No.
yeah.
I like doing home movies in the bedroom.
Yeah, but for actually on the bike, they're crap on the bike. They're absolutely crap. Yeah. Do you know what, Paul? For what it is, I might just send one out to you. So yeah. Chuck me a quirky comment in, the quirkiest comment over this month. We're going to run it till about the 10th of December. Quirkiest comment over my last 10 videos, and I'm just going to bundle a load of merch up, and I'm not even going to decide who gets it. I'm going to let the wife find out, you know. There's my comments. You find a quirky comment and send it out.
And you're worried about your live stream getting you banned, and you're going to pull this stunt.
I'm like Stevie now. I don't give a rat's ass, you know. If you want to pull it.
I'm quite happy with my cameras. Like I use a Philips VHS camera, and my wife hangs off the back of my bike. I'm quite happy with that. No, it's like I use a GoPro Hero 9. I've got a DJI Osmo Action. I know Ponkster has one as well, don't you, buddy?
Yeah. I don't like the camera angle. They're brilliant cameras.
Yeah, they
too
are.
Narrow. That's
the field of view. That's the only thing. That's why I use it as my forward facing.
Yeah, it's good for that.
It's on that, and like the image clarity and stabilization is better than GoPro.
Beautiful, and the build quality is so much better than a GoPro. If this had the GoPro field of view, this would be a game changer.
And I'm a wee bit.
I don't know why they didn't do it. But,
what's your thoughts on the Osmo Action 2? This modular system.
It's not been built for what we do. It's been built for drones.
It has been.
And why wouldn't they? DJI are about drones.
Exactly. One of the best action cameras I've ever had is that. That's the best action camera I've ever had.
Too,
battery life, the LCD screen in the back.
Yeah.
Actually connects to my Sena, and I use my Sena for all my audio because I've got an audio backpack for that. This very camera, and I'll show you the front screen.
Is that Silver 4? Is that?
That's the 4 silver. That's a new lens. That's a new LCD screen, and that's a new button because this camera went down the road at 70 miles an hour and survived.
I see you rebuild it, yeah. I've come to a realization that mounting a camera on my lid doesn't work because I move my head around too much.
Yeah.
I'm actually looking at putting them on the bars.
Yeah.
And doing separate audio. I'm just trying different things out because
absolutely.
I've realised even with stabilisation, when I'm moving my head around crazy
See,
like that,
I've got like a chest harness, and I like the chest harness in the sense of where it gives you, because you feel as if you're inside the bike. The only problem with me is I've got a dark screen on my bike, so there's a whole section right in the middle. So what I'm thinking of doing for April is getting a clear screen for the bike, so that I can go more chest harness, because I like the way the chest harness is. It's more. Sorry, I'm getting put off. I'm getting put off. Does that say Kawasaki?
It does. I'm just trying to edit the background. Actually, does
that look like a woman's arse with a clunge hanging out the middle? It does.
Yeah, actually does. Yeah. Fucking hell.
A camel's toe, isn't it?
He's got his head right in her twat. Yeah.
That's a camel's foot. That ain't a camel's toe.
Rev, that looks bad, man. That looks like fucking Kermit the Frog's missus.
Congratulations, you've had a rev bomb.
Yeah, exactly. Right, back to the brick wall.
There you go.
My problem with my camera setups is I've got 3 different bikes, and they're all different. One's got clip-ons, one's got big beach bars, as he says, knocking the thing over, and the other one's kind of lean forward. So they're different setups. So I'm having to look at that is universal setup.
Definitely.
That'll work,
because the likes of like my helmet here. It's like that's my sort of mount on my helmet. It's like it's basically like a J mount, and then I've got like a sort of a mount coming down off the bottom of it. So when I mount my camera on it, I do the old 2-finger. When I'm tilting the camera back, I have to be able to get 2 fingers, and it's just like what I would call a sort of rough standardization. I'm standardizing where my camera.
Everybody must have done that. Everybody must have got back and realised they'd filmed a load of footage.
Yeah.
And most of it was either the sky
and that,
or the clocks.
That's exactly it. That's like months and months and months of filming footage of my clocks and the sky. And when I'm riding the ZZR, you don't want to be filming clocks. I can tell you that right now.
Always the stuff where you've done the best off the cuff vlogging, where you don't want to go out and redo it. It's been real kind of flowing.
Absolutely.
You get back and look at the footage, and it's the fucking clocks, and you think.
There was one video that I did that it was 5 takes. The first take was the clocks. The second take was the sky. The third take was just low, and then the last one was right. And see, trying to recreate that whole flow. And
you're running a second camera.
Yeah, you're better off just Canon.
I'll put the audio. I record the audio separate now into a Zoom 2. Yeah. Just because I've had so much shit with microphones on GoPros that it's easier for me to record it. And if I lose the camera that's recording the audio, I haven't lost my audio. And then if I don't know, if I'm pointing at my clocks, I can use the other camera, and at least I've got something, you know.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's like a Tascam DRO2.
Well, I bought a Zoom FN2. They've not long been out, and it's tiny. I don't know if I've got it handy. It's a tiny little thing, and it sits in, and it's not Bluetooth. It's hardwired. It's a bit of a stutter putting it on, but you do know that the audio is just going to be good, and you haven't got to worry about it. But sorry.
I've got to take the battery out my ZZR, and when you take the battery out, there's a compartment at the back that you can't actually get to, but there's a hole that goes through the frame of the bike. So I'm actually going to my DJI faces me on my left-hand mirror, so I'm actually going to take all my internal fairings off and run a mic wire and have a independent mic mounted inside. I've got acoustic foam, so I'm going to put acoustic foam around like a stereo mic and have it permanently mounted on my bike, so that I can take the camera on and off, and all I need to do is take the 3.5mm jack plug off. So as I'm getting a consistent on bike audio, and then I can overdub it with my audio coming off my camera.
I think everybody on here is a motovlogger, and everybody must have been through this. You know,
That's crazy.
Hey, can we back up to where he feels secure in his body harness? Like,
I kind of wanted to make that path. You know what I mean?
Like, I think we missed some
We're
details.
back to Rev's swing he's got in the bedroom again, aren't we?
We have.
And then taking the batteries out, like,
I saw everybody else nodding. I guess everybody else has been through this, where to put the camera, where to put the mic.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Get it perfect and then decide to change it.
See, the thing with my my Ghost S on mine, because I'm constantly at the garage, constantly film after film after film after film, in and out with different bikes. And the reason we do the videos is not for the fact that I'm doing it on YouTube; it's for the customers to watch their bike being ridden.
Yeah.
So they can see their bike being done. But we did the ZSB this week, and it dumped the audio on that. We did the little scooter with the loud exhaust, and it dumped the audio on that. And it was just a simple thing is that I'd plugged it in, but there was a bad connection on it. So I just twisted it a couple of times. But it's not till you get back off the ride and you plug it into the computer in the garage, and it's like, oh, shit, it's dumped the audio.
If it's loud, it'll peak it out anyway.
Yeah. So
all my mics are set at kind of -10 or something because the tone of my voice peaks out microphones, and it just you can save low volume audio, but you can't save stuff.
I learn more like when I'm riding. I almost whisper.
See, mine on my crash helmet, that's me. I've got my boom mic, which is I've got a built-in center in my LS2, but my actual microphone is there. That's the one for me drift, and it's just tucked in. It's just tucked into my side cheek, so it just basically comes off.
Mine in the phone pad,
comes off the side of the camera. Where are we? Let me get it on camera a bit. So it comes off the side of the camera, cable runs under there, under the chin strap, and then it's just tucked in the side. So that's where I get my audio from.
Yeah.
I think a lot of it also, if you ride a bike with a screen, I mean, I see Motor Mengi rides a big Goldwing, and he's wearing an open face helmet.
Yeah.
And his audio is just like
it's top notch. I know.
But he's riding with a huge screen, and it's like the screen makes so much difference when it comes to the clarity of your audio. And if you're on a naked bike, particularly if you're leaning forward,
I've got like a neoprene. It's called a Windjammer.
Yeah, I've got them.
This is called a Windjammer 2, and like I've got that. But then in the inside, I've got the boom mic as well, but it sits right at the front. Yeah.
I've got the same
my boom mic sits right at the front, but I've also got like a layer of acoustic foam which sits in front of my mic, and I've actually taped off all my front vents. So I'm trying to eliminate every single bit of airflow that comes through the lower part of my helmet.
You're on a sporty bike, and it channels the wind. There's the little Zoom mic I've got, the little Zoom recorder.
Yeah.
It's a really good quality sound recorder. But the thing I like about it is even the connections for the mic, they screw in.
Yeah.
So, because I've had that before, I've had a separate recorder in my pocket, and the bloody connections come out, and I've got home and I've lost audio. So this thing is about the most reliable kind of portable field recorder I've found, and it's made by Zoom, which are a decent company, you know.
Yeah, Steve, you see the wireless mic and that you had. How's that going? You enjoying it?
Which one? The it wasn't the Rode. It was the fucking hell. What's it called again? Yeah,
I used the Rode. I used the Rode
Rival. Yeah, do you know what, mate? It's great. I use it for when I'm off the bike and what have you, and doing interviews with people and stuff like that. But yeah, it's fantastic, mate. It really, really is as good as Rode, but for like literally half the fucking price, mate. If I'm honest, it's a Synco mic, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I love it. Brilliant. They're really, really good. And the battery life on them is fantastic. And the range on them, if you've seen the review I did on it, I was I was 200 meters away and I
aye,
was still talking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, really, really good.
Hey, Rev, can we give a shout out to a new follower for you that I just
Yeah,
brought him
sure.
over?
Yeah.
We got We Ride West Virginia, and
Oh, there we go. So yeah, evening we ride.
yeah,
How you doing, man?
he's from where I'm from.
Does that mean he's dead small? Or
What?
what? Obviously, we've got all the jocks in the side, and obviously we've got Zed on. And if you said we ride, that means something completely different.
She's a wee ride.
Hey,
She's
those
a
are
wee-
fighting words right there. 'cause that's
no. She's a wee ride, by the way.
Yeah, we ride.
She's a wee ride, by the way.
Oh, we've
No
lost
offense, we ride. I'm
No,
sorry, I'm
absolutely none.
We've lost Ponkster.
Yeah. Don't worry, he don't have a harness like OZ does, so we're all good.
I've been called that a few times over the years, Zed, to tell you.
Nah, he's a new content creator from where I'm from in West Virginia. So
fantastic.
So I kind of send him, links to people I watch and let them know what. So, but yeah, I love your videos, Rev, because over here we're all about the big V twin stuff. So it allows me to watch about different products.
Little stuff, yeah. I actually had someone call me out, and I've deleted his post. I took the VMAX out, and obviously I'm on about 5 or 6 bikes a day constantly. So it could be 1125, switch to 1,000, back to a 125, onto a 50, onto an electric. And I did say in the feed, all right, I screwed up. I called it a V twin. It was actually a V4. It was the Yamaha VMAX. But this guy was like, oh, you need to get your commentary right before you start blogging a bike. Know your facts about a motorcycle before you get on it. And I'm like, I ride 5 or 6 bikes a day. I just jumped on it. Typical V engine. It's a V twin, blah, blah, blah. I said, it's a slip of the tongue. Well, you need to get your facts right. Oh, off.
You should have said to him at that point, I will slip my tongue into your bird's asshole or something like that.
If you're going to come on and be a complete utter knob about it, then I ain't got time for you. Everybody knows it's a V4. It's a slip of the tongue. I've already said it in the comments half a dozen times. My mistake. It was a V4. But did you enjoy the ride on the bike? Well, I got to the part where you mentioned it was a V twin, and I clicked off. Well, I'll go off elsewhere then.
Yeah, exactly.
Go watch the Queen. Go watch the Queen and Prince Philip at the funeral or something. That's more depressing. I've got a guy sitting in the live stream. He's waiting to come into the side chat. Anybody want to drop out for 5 minutes?
Yeah, I'll drop out and let you.
All right, lovely. Cheers, Hells. I'm just going to bring in. All pray to the one and only man himself. He's sitting down here. I'm going to bring him in.
Cheers, man.
It's my mate Lockwood.
Hey.
Happening.
Cheers, Hells. Thanks for coming in. Obviously, he's going to sit in the side chat for a minute. I'm just going to. I ought to really upgrade this, but for $25 a month to get an extra 4 people in, is it worth the money? Not at the moment. If they made it 10 people for $25 a month, then or a lot more people than 10, then I'd bang a load of people in. But no, not for the money.
All the jokes are wearing shades. This is mental.
I've run out of beer, so I'm on the rum.
Fucking hell. I had a rough night last night. I'm drinking water.
See, this was for Hales on 2 wheels, right? But he's gone. But I thought maybe
he's in the side chat. He's in the side chat somewhere. He's just dropped out and let you in, Lockwood.
Excellent.
Nice one.
19. What is that? 19 crimes, but a bitch ain't one.
That would be good, mate. Yeah. That would work out well, definitely.
Brilliant.
Yeah, meant every word I said, Lockwood. I tend not to blow smoke up people's arse, but your videos are just something different. I just watched the one where you went out and stuck the stickers on that little electric meter or whatever it was in the car park. But just
fucking show off.
It's exactly the same as like I'll watch Zed for being out on his ZZR. I'll watch Stevie for going through the Rockies. I'll watch Hells on 2 wheels for just cruising down the open roads doing his thing, and then Ponkster for doing his camping stuff off elsewhere. Everybody's got different tastes. If I'm going to just sit on people's videos, this is me, and this is the bike, and it's blah blah. I'm not interested. I just want to see people out riding the bikes. Your stuff is just totally different, and it's just something that caught my eye. So hence why I am an avid follower. So yeah, great video. But it was the Chippy run that did it for me. With I think it was a guy called Ayrshire Vlogger.
Yeah, here's your vlogster, Mark.
Yeah,
yep.
Yeah. So he was the one that got me into the basic bikers, and then obviously
He's got a good channel himself as well.
Yeah. And then obviously the R6 guy as well. So you know, there's quite a few of you guys that I tend to follow.
Monkey.
And, R6 Monkey as well.
Biker. Yep.
So I tend to follow. Yeah, Throttle Daft. He's another good channel as well. So. But
I
you know,
your VFR, and I'm not a V4 fan, but it's got a really nice tone.
It's got a lovely tone to it. It's got a straight through system on it as well, a stainless system, which luckily enough for me, it had a Motad system when I got it. Okay. And if you seen the original video when I got it, it was a heap of shit when I bought it. But luckily for me, through the years with people that's had it, they've spent a bit of money on it. So it had the whole Motad system on it, and just putting that end can on it just totally opened up the V4 sound. I mean,
sounds lovely.
Nice.
Sounds really great.
Yeah, it's nice. I do like it, and it's not got the same agility as what the CB 1000R's got, but it's a different kind of. It's good. It still handles really well, you know. And it's great, you know. It's more than ample for what I need.
I've learned that recently. You know, modern bikes, fast and handling and all that lot, and you're riding at 70 mile an hour and it's dull. You know, there's no excitement, it's no effort. And I've actually recently sold off my speed triple and I bought something that's heavier, slower, and handles worse, and it's far more exciting to ride. It's now sitting under a pile of rubble at the moment, but we'll worry about that in the morning.
Well, hopefully not. Hopefully not.
Yeah, well, we'll see. I'm drinking rum now, so I don't give a shit. Tomorrow we'll see whether I've got a bike. I will do a reveal. I think you'll all be a bit surprised because it's not.
There's a boy I follow, and he's part of the Suffolk crew. I don't know if any of you know who I'm talking about. He's on Facebook, and he just got a ZZR 1400, and he's just ridden it for a year. He had an off, and with his money he bought the ZZR 1400, and he said, cracking bike, so fast, but it doesn't scare me enough. And I totally get that. I understand that. See the bike I had before my ZZR, it was a ZRX 1200S, and I wish I still had it. I wish I still had the ZZR 1400 alongside it. Don't get me wrong, but I wish I still had that ZRX 1200 because it's an emotional thing. Some days you just want to chill and just have your ride, and some days you just want to get up the bars, hang over the tank, and just head off. You know, it's
not exceed 70 mile an hour, officer. Yeah.
Well, we can't afford to do that.
No, of course, and it's a compromise, isn't it? So being a bike owner is always about the compromise. It's about the application that you need the bike to do for the environment you're in. I mean, like the likes of Stevie, who is out in the vastness of Canada, is like. Obviously, comfort is going to be one of the main criteria of any bike that you choose, as well as fuel consumption and so on and so forth. Don't get me wrong. But you want it to have a bit of poke, and you want it to have a bit of presence as well. Whereas there's no point in you buying a bike that's going to absolutely corner as if it's on rails, because that's just not going to be something that you're going to need all the time. Do you know what I mean? It's like whereas where we stay, corners are all we've got. You go into the Highlands and the Punkster will testify to that. That's your playground.
It depends where you are in the world or what type of bike you want. If you're in America, you've got lots of long straight roads and everything else. You want a cruiser. If you're in a town and it's all small roads, twisty, windy roads. You want something that's going to manage the twisty, windy road. So yeah. I'll totally get that.
Boys, Rev, I'm just going to drop out for a minute. I'm going to go make a brew, and then if there's room, I'll come back in. If not, then I'll stick in the side chat.
We've got crazy fast roads up here. I mean, way too fast. And people, if you've got to overtake, and you get stuck behind a fish lorry, and that was the thing for me with the speed triple was it's not got the big numbers, but when you open the taps because it's so light, you pull out past a fish lorry and open the taps, and you look down at your clock, and when you're pulling in, you're doing 110 mile an hour.
Yeah.
It's fucking stupid fast. And I lost count of how many times I was going, and I bought a naked bike because I thought it would slow me down.
But see the thing about it is like coming back and Inverary to the rest and be thankful. And like it's a very, very Robert will tell you it's like a very, very tight road, and like everything's you'll take a right and then a left and a right and a left. You kind of know the flow of the road. It snakes all along the side of the Loch Fyne, so you can look right along the side of the traffic. And when you pull out, like the likes of my bike, I'll know right. There's a gap, 5 cars, and as soon as you've committed, you're by the 5 cars, and it's like it is. It's 110, 120 miles an hour before you're slowing down and into a corner. And it's good for that. I mean, but it's.
But I'll tell you what. One thing though that is true with everything. I was talking to my mate Andy just yesterday, I think it was. And motorbikes are such a personal thing. It depends what you want to do with it. Yeah. I mean, you've got your sports bikes, your adventure touring bikes, you've got your cruiser bikes, you've got your fucking off-road trials bikes, your adventure to whatever. And he's a very much adventure touring bike kind of guy, and I'm very much a touring guy, commuting guy. I want something that ticks all my boxes, and my GTR ticks all my boxes. His GS ticks all his boxes. So I mean, it's motorbikes are such a personal thing as to what you want. And
that's the whole thing. It's an emotional thing as well, because there's sometimes like I open my garage and Lockwood and I have actually spoke about it, where I've been 5 minutes into a ride and turned around and went home.
Yeah, I get that.
Because I haven't felt it. Whereas maybe
I've only ever done that when I'm on my way to work.
No, maybe if I had been sitting on a different bike, I might have carried on with the journey, because the bike that I was sitting on at the time, you have to be fully focused to be sitting on it, and you have to respect that. Do you know what I mean? But if I had maybe been sitting on a different bike, it would have been a different journey that I would have had.
Maybe. I was told once.
Sorry, Simon. Go on.
Go on. No, go on, Ponce.
I was just saying, I don't understand people who say, people who are Harley people or they are Suzuki people, because through my biking life, and I've been riding since I was 17, or probably earlier than that, I've changed from sports bikes to adventure bikes, to touring bikes, to all over the place, because through my life, what I use bikes for changes. And, for a long period of time, it was my sole transport, and I had a diversion. It was like the tank, it's the cockroach of motorcycle bikes. And, and then when it was pleasure, it was a sports bike. And then I got 11 points and I bought a Bandit. It's like you change based on what you need. You get what I'm saying?
He never had shades.
And I've changed. I mean, I haven't actually told people what I bought. I got rid of a speed triple, and I bought a Thruxton. But I bought a Thruxton 900. I bought an air-cooled Thruxton. I want to work on the engine.
Yep.
Andy filmed them. Just hit the head on the head there. Nail on the head there. Most people.
Good point. Brilliant point.
Yeah, if we had the money and the time and the space, we'd have 5 or 6 bikes, one for everybody.
Yeah.
Without a doubt, yeah.
Yeah. But we got to make a compromise and have one. Yeah, absolutely spot on, Mandy. Spot on.
Yeah, because obviously I
Yeah.
had this. I've got this. I had the 7R, still in the garage at the moment. Obviously got the GTR now. The one bike I would love is the Night Rod V Rod. I would love a Harley V Rod. Absolutely love the Night Rod and the V Rod. Gareth's one, that Benny Gas hauling ass. He's got a lovely bike.
I couldn't afford one of them. They're
I
crazy
know,
money.
but it's
They're lovely
crazy.
bikes, but they are daft money.
And the other one I would love was obviously Brad from Diesel Hog Vlog. He's just bought the Damon Hypersport.
Yeah, that's beautiful.
I would love to get myself a Damon. You know, it's one of those lottery win bikes. But then again, the other one that I've always wanted, and I actually had enough money when I had the ZX7R, because obviously I was looking to upgrade. I actually went and sat on an Africa Twin over at the local Honda dealer, a brand new Africa Twin. Loved the bike. I've always loved the look of the Africa Twin. Sat on it, but I couldn't hold the damn thing up in the shop because I'm such a short ass.
Yeah.
And they said to me, "It's not the bike for you." Yeah, but I love the bike. It's not the bike for you. You can't hold it upright.
You have to be a woman and wear stilettos. That's what that bike's about.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll be honest with you, of all the bikes out there, I don't get the adventure bike thing, because I've been off-roading and wild camping on a modified phaser for 15, 20 years. And actually, most of the people I see who've got adventure bikes don't adventure. I know there are a few, but there aren't that many. And they're big, heavy, top-heavy bikes. And the truth of it is, every bike's an adventure bike.
Yeah, I sat on African Twins one time. It was fun. Oh, you said African Twin. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
A pair of African twins, yeah.
There's a channel out there called Motor Geo, Jamie, and he's got a Fireblade that's been modified as an off-road bike, and he goes camping on that. It may be fake, but it looks pretty impressive, and he makes the point that it doesn't matter what.
But, I mean, they say we are an off-road or an adventure bike, that the bigger front wheel makes a difference when you're green laning or you're doing stuff off-road. They say that the bigger wheel makes a difference.
It does, yeah.
I agree that it does, because it allows the wind to hit your vagina.
So, I mean, the thing with that is, when I'm on the tracks, when I'm heading to my wild camping spots on my Ratus, my modified phaser, I just take it easy. I go canny and I take my time when I'm on the gravel. Because also, nothing to do with my front wheel size. I've got fucking shitloads of camping gear on the back, and it makes the bike heavy. So, and I don't want to drop it because I can't
light at the front.
I'm on my own. So I just take my time. And that's what it's about. You know, if you've got to go bollocking fast across land, you want a little 250, really, and you don't have camping gear on the back.
Right, we can now get 10 in the live stream. I've just gone and spent some bloody money.
Have you really? It's going to be a long night.
Red Bolt spent some money. Red Bolt spent some money. He must have got his paycheck through from YouTube. Look.
Yeah, no, so
but I can't read the comments. Hang on
I've just had my commission for the week, so
it's going to be a damn good show now.
You're going to be
a long night.
Hells, get your mate weed riding. Yeah.
The link's up. I can get 10 in the show now.
Hey, Adam, get over a second. Hey, the reason he's talking to you, Zed, is because if you look at his logo, he has Scottish heritage. And first time I saw it, I was like, hang on, I've seen that on a Scottish crest. So,
well, I don't know if I should say this or not, but look at that. I don't know if I should say this or not, but my surname's Maxwell, and we've actually got our own tartan, our own castle in Scotland on the borders, The reason we're not actually recognised too much is because we conspire with the English. So,
Simon, where's your
Forget
Scottish
you.
flag? Simon, you've
Yeah.
got every flag but the Scottish
I
flag
know.
up there.
I've got one. Trust me, I've got one. I've got more flags up. I've got more flags than I've got up. Trust me, I've got one. I've got German. I've got loads of flags. Trust me.
I love that. How we spent all your crimbo money. No, actually, the wife said to me, she went, have you got me my Christmas present yet? I went, I've already bought them. She went, when did you buy them? I went, last year I got all your stuff for Christmas in the January sales.
Got to put my glasses on to read what Lockwood's hat says.
Yeah, I might be American. Yeah, I might be American, but I have a lot of Scottish
Honda.
The
Honda hat.
My sunglasses look cool, but I can't read with them because I'm a blind old bastard. There you go. Okay, got it. Yeah, put them back on there.
Can I borrow these ones?
Yeah.
Cheers, Barry.
Yeah, thank you.
I was trying to show this off rather than.
I'm old. I'm retired, you know.
I haven't got a copy of Mein Kampf about to show, so
That's right. We'll get military biker on here. You show his. Yes.
yeah.
So, Rev, I take it you've just cashed in that check from Hastings. That's why you've managed to pay for this, yeah?
No, it's still ongoing. Believe it or not.
Wow.
Yeah, it went to court. I think they took it to court last week. They're still refusing to pay for my helmet or my gear, but they sent me a check for $2,000 for basically my back injuries. I still can't get over a tank anymore. I've got a compressed C1, C2 at the bottom of my spine, so loads of physio. It's just handy that my wife's cousin is a chiropractor, so go over to him every night. But he's got himself a new Russian girlfriend that does massage. So
You want happy ending?
The nice finish.
I am not going to bring out any of my Russian jokes.
But yeah, so it's still ongoing. But yeah, I went up to
somebody.
Yeah, I went up to court Thursday to deal with it, and judge isn't here. He's not turned up. All right, so what's happening? Oh, we're going to have to adjourn the case for another 3 weeks. Well, why? Because the judge hasn't turned up. So day off of work, I had to pay £5 to bloody park at the city centre. So that was another £5 parking, plus my petrol, plus my time. Oh, but you can put a claim into the court and claim it back. Yeah, when will I get that? Probably in about 6 months' time. So typical.
Carl Dutz is in the room. Carl, hello.
Hey,
Carl, how you doing?
Carl, how you doing, mate?
Come on.
Roland
Join the stream, Carl.
Carl
Dutz has got the most impeccable audio on his.
He has, yeah.
And I watched a video on how he does it. Too complicated for me. But
he works out well.
I mean,
so Howie's off. See you later, Howie. Thanks for coming in, mate.
See you later, Howie. Take care, buddy.
Cheers, Howie.
Yeah, pop it in. Yeah, Paul. See you, Howie. Yeah, come in, Carl. I've got room for 10 people now. Hey.
Yeah, he's got room for 10. Well. Come on, Paul.
Well,
speaking about audio,
he was slagging us off as it was boring. He said it wasn't good.
Yeah, he's got room for 10 men in this room.
Put the camera on.
See, talking about audio, right? I had a couple of issues when I started out doing audio and having the right mic in the helmet, and I had crackles and I had just really shit audio. And then I thought, well, surely you know it's all down to what you spend. So I spent £50 on a little Rode mic.
Yeah.
And I used that for a good year or so, and it was great. But it was picking up everything, you know, and you found that it was picking up. Even it was good that you could hear it, but if you were talking really loud, which I tend to do at times, it distorts because it
picks up absolutely. You can't turn it down.
Yeah, that's right. You need and then I thought about
cat fur in it. They call it cat fur, cat feet, cat skin.
Yeah, a dead cat. I mean, dead cat. Yeah.
Good mind.
But I tried all that. And then
we call it minge in Scotland.
So I tried all that, and then I ended up just buying a £6 hammer mic, you know. and that was.
Right,
It's
you're
fine.
right what you say. A good quality mic is what you need, but you need to be able to control the input on that mic. And
Yeah.
I run a Zoom
Nice.
recorder, and I run it at -10 because
Yeah.
otherwise, because it's got a good mic with it, and
Yeah.
otherwise it peaks.
But with
Yeah.
my Rode mic,
voice.
yeah, my Rode mic have to go -30, or it
Because
doesn't pick
it's-
up everything.
You've got a very deep voice, Helson,
Yeah.
and that's what peaks the mic.
Yeah.
And I know
Because
the fellas on hauling gas has the same problem. It's a deep voice, and he peaks
Yeah.
his mic all the time.
Aye.
You've got to turn him right down, and it seems
like-
weird because when you import the audio, you can hardly hear it.
Yeah.
But if you're in your editing software, you just boost it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Once it's peaked, once you've clipped it,
You can't get
whatever
it back.
call it, you can't recover it.
No,
It's
you
a
can't
clip.
get it
Yeah.
back.
That's it.
You can do like that is like if like when you download your video and you can see where your audio is clipping, like
Yeah.
because it's usually marked yellow on your audio track.
Yeah.
There is something you can do to do that, but it sounds terrible.
I sound like
It
Marvin
sounds
fucking
terrible.
Android, you know.
Because
it
that's
doesn't
it.
work,
Because you get that sort of click, 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 click,
Yeah,
where
you've got to
it's
just-
trying to predict
if you-
what you've said.
If you've got no control on your audio, if you can't turn it down like with a GoPro camera, the answer is to bury the mic deep into the padding in your helmet. I mean,
Yeah.
it sounds crazy, but definitely you don't want it in front of your mouth. You want it fucking
Yeah.
buried in the foam, so you think it would never pick you up, and it will.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty certain you could put the mic in your pocket of your jeans and it would pick
Yeah.
you up. I mean,
Yeah.
it's crazy, but
Yeah.
you don't want it in front of your mouth.
I've seen some solutions where the mic is at the back of the helmet. and
Yeah,
the phone.
I believe that. That would work.
And that was the whole win scenario. That was the solution that they come up with.
It gets more muffled
Yeah.
though, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It
Yeah.
does a little bit, but
No.
there are multi-band compressors that can take the muffling out in what's it called, Premiere Pro. But if it's clipped, you can do fuck all with it. It's lost audio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
even
That's-
if it's
that's
shit
right.
quality audio, you can boost it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's my very
It's
limited
wrong, yeah.
experience of audio.
Yeah. I just.
Hey, we have 7.
Hey,
Yeah.
My videos have got audio on it.
Rev spent some money.
Yeah.
We have 7.
But yeah, I can just go, hey ladies, and I
For
get to
1
bury,
month
I get to
only.
bury my mic, so we're all good.
Yeah, no, your mic sounds fucking nice. Also,
Ah,
your
it's
voice
just brilliant.
is very good for that mic.
and the good thing as well, you can
What does
hug
mine
it.
sound like?
You can hug it.
What?
Punkster, yours sounds like you're in a fucking fishbowl full of water.
Does it? That's
Right,
great,
mate.
it's quite a good mic as well.
20 leagues under the sea.
I need to bring it maybe closer to my gob, but
Maybe try that, bud. Maybe, yeah.
it's
It's
quite
the-
a good mic, that is as well.
It's the mustache. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's covering the gob. It's actually the rum. The mic's brilliant. I'm just talking blurred and pissed off. Did I tell you my ghost class tonight? I don't know whether I did, but maybe I thought I reminded.
Yeah. In the spring, Scouse is going to look like me. So
Yep.
It started, mate. I haven't had a shave for 5 days now, so we're getting.
man. No, it's neither of us.
I've not shaved for 6 months. 6 months.
Fucking hell.
Last shave I had was in January.
it's so she can grab it right there and just.
Yeah. Everyone's got a beard in Paisley, though, haven't they, Zed?
Oh, definitely. Even the women.
No. Paisley posse, tell all your pals.
So, Stevie, how did you end up in Canada?
So I got a posting, mate. I got a posting with the army over here 6.5 years ago. They said to me, "Do you want to go?" I said, "Yeah, absolutely." And I never left, mate. So,
So what was your thoughts? Do you love it? Do you like it over there?
love it, mate. Yeah, I fell in love with the place. First time I came to Canada was in '98 with the regiment, and then I just fell in love with the place then, mate, 20 odd years ago. And I thought, right, I'm going to come back. If I ever get the chance to come back, I will. And luckily enough, I did. So the last 6.5 years, everything's been geared towards settling over here. So, you know, I got my citizenship and all that sort of stuff. So bought a house and yeah, man, we're all settled and Canadianized, as it were. But yeah, I love it, mate. Absolutely love it.
Stevie, see your citizenship. Did they just ask? Can you say a boot? Can you, is that can you say a boot?
Yeah, can you say a boot and moose? You know,
that's good.
You had to drink 3 Timmys in a go, didn't you?
Yeah.
And can you drink Timmy's coffee? So yes.
What the 8?
Don't you know?
Yeah, but yeah, I love it, mate. Absolutely love it.
What about the winters though? I mean, it's really cold though in the winter, isn't it?
It's fucking freezing, mate. Right. Excuse my French, Rev, obviously, but it goes down to what minus.
Right, you fucking crack on, mate.
Yeah.
It's Baltic, pal. And do you know what? Like I was saying to the guys the other day, we only get probably 7 months of riding it if you're lucky. After that, it's almost like you either take up snowboarding.
I've got a wife like that as well.
I seen like your last video when you
was that a live or a wife?
And you were saying to me, when this goes out, this will all be white. And I was like, you. The thing is, it's like here in Scotland, you don't really know what you're going to get. You could go through a whole 12 months and get no whiteouts at all.
Yeah.
But like where you are, it's you know when it's going to be white.
I mean, I don't know why, mate, but this year I made a boo-boo, really, because normally by the time I would have put that video out of last week, this place would have been fucking sheer ice, sheer cold, and it snowed for the first time 3, 4, 5 days ago, and it's all melted again. It's back up to 10 degrees. It's fucking weird.
When did you film that?
Global warming.
Global warming. Yeah.
Global warming.
Yeah, Greta's over like, you need to save the world.
Yeah. The tree huggers were right. It's global warming.
I saw these arseholes on the motorway that were gluing their hands to the tarmac.
Those fucking
they've done one better than that, Red Bomb. They've been outside the fucking Amazon depot in Milton Keynes fucking blockading them. Because
see, to be quite honest, I tried to jump them with a steamroller, to be quite honest.
See, I did. I think you've watched it, Simon, where I have the run to the Super Sausage, and there's a tree, and obviously the roots have gone, and the tree's kicked over, and it's hanging in the road. And I went, oh, Swampy's going to be up there. We're going to have little eco protesters. Oh, the chopping. Someone actually complained that I moaned about eco warriors.
Really?
Yeah.
I've got to put that in. I've got to put that in a video. I've really got to do it.
It's like eco protester because the tree roots have gone. The tree's diseased and falling over.
What I want to know is if one of these idiots glues his hand to the road and there's enough room for me to get through, and I accidentally run over his hand, can I get done for decapitating him from the wrist?
You know what I seen on the TV the other day, right? I seen all of these dickheads insulate Britain or whatever they're called.
That's it,
getting themselves on the road, and then the coppers were there, and people were fucking going up to them and kicking off at them and saying, "I'm going to rag them out the way." And the copper said, "If you touch them, you're going to get done for common assault."
Yeah.
Like, what the fuck? So they couldn't do anything. The coppers, the business couldn't do
that. If you accidentally hit them with your car, it's an accident.
Yeah.
Yeah, here in America,
putting that out there.
It's an
Everybody
accident.
listen. Yeah.
Yeah, if you run over 50 people, it's an accident. All right, just let everybody know.
That's the way.
Yeah, we won't mention Wisconsin.
No.
Yeah, let's not mention that.
I've got friends that live in Wisconsin, and I had to get in touch with them and let them know. Are you okay? Yeah. That guy was actually running from the cops. So,
what you want to do is obviously the lorry drivers as they go past, he's like take a leak over. Oh, they scared me so much, and I was in fear of urinating myself. I just had to let it go.
Lorry drivers have always got that bottle of apple juice in their van.
Yeah.
Seen that comment from Paul. Paul Keaton says, "I'm a copper. I would have turned a blind eye." Good lad. See,
So hang on, no, sorry, Paul's in the room. Time to leave.
Time to leave. Yeah.
Those boys have got that.
And then
Paul, jump on the live stream. Come on.
He rode straight through the fucking middle of it, and everybody was like, "Fuck, get out of the way!" And there's a boy just straight through the middle. It was like, I'm not fucking playing with this. It was straight through the middle of it all, and even the old grunters who were in the line out went, let's get out of the way of him. He went through. The coppers didn't pay a blind bit of notice to him. It was just like.
But the coppers have got their hands side as well. They can't do shit.
No, Florida.
Yeah, Simon, you know our local Shell garage. Because obviously I buy the fuel for the bikes because Phil's away this week. I had to go and buy 100 litres of fuel in 5 jerry cans, 20-litre jerry can, in the back of my car. Poor little cars like that uphill with all the jerry cans. But
because you've got a very big car, haven't you, Red Bomb? I won't mention the mate.
I've got a tiny little Kia Picanto. Yeah. Went and got the fuel, and there was a couple of guys pulled. They got Big Jam sandwich, cop car over here, and they were getting their Costa coffee in the Shell. So I said to the guy, I said, "Oh, well, give me a second." I went, "Hey, guys, give us your tickets." And he went, "Why is that?" I said, "Just give us your tickets. Just stick that on my fuel bill." And she went, "Oh," I said, "Just get me, pay for their coffee for me." And they come out, they went, "Oh, cheers for that, mate. Much appreciated." I went, no, it's an honour. Thanks for your service. Much appreciate you guys being out there, sticking your neck on the line every week. Oh, all right. And the bloke in the queue at the back, fucking wouldn't buy them coppers anything. Attitude, for God's sake, whether it's the one thing that has hit home this week, because obviously I did the PC Harper ride 2 years ago. Harper's Law has been made in the UK. Absolutely bloody brilliant.
Yeah.
It's got a ring to it as well, isn't it? Harper's Law. It's got a really good ring to it.
It's took 2 years to get it through, but bloody good show. Anybody that injures or, assaults or attacks or even murders or manslaughter at any one of the emergency services now is going down for life. Bloody good.
There is the clause.
We've had it in Scotland for a while.
Florida changed their laws. So if you try to do that, it is a felony on them, and the drivers are not responsible if they hit and kill you because you decide to block a roadway. They actually put it in law because they wasn't going to let these idiots do this crap.
Yeah.
Good.
What I did like is they did actually put a clause in that if you accidentally kill a police officer, i.e. there's a roadblock and something happens and you kill a police officer, it's not automatically murder. They did put a clause in that, which I do like. That does, unfortunately, but police officers, first responders. I mean, I've been stood at the side of the road when I worked for the ambulance service. I've been stood at the side of the motorway, and the car's lost control in the outside lane, and it's run between me and the ambulance.
Go, someone hoovering.
What the fuck is that?
Someone's wife's up late.
Is that you, Paul?
Don't make
I'm in my dressing gown. You've dragged me out of bed.
All right.
Don't make fun of my girlfriend. She's sucking up everything right now. All right?
What's camera on? Come on, Carl. What are you doing?
Why?
Going with the police thing is like, I remember my nephew was getting christened. My big brother, he was in the police up in Aberdeen, and he was called out to an incident where a husband was threatening a wife, and my brother and his colleague had to go in between the wife and the husband, and the guy had 2 knives. Now, at the time, like in Scotland, we don't have all-armed police, so the armed response unit was actually in Aberdeen at the time, dealing with a situation in the city centre.
Oh, God.
Dealing with a situation in the city centre, and my brother was in Fraserburgh.
It's Paul.
So,
sort your mic out, Paul.
My brother was in Fraserburgh, and they were told, no, the armed response is like 30 minutes away, and they had a guy who was trying to kill his wife. Now, my nephew was getting christened in the morning, and my brother was on a night shift, and for 12 hours, they moved 10 metres back, 10 metres forward, 5 metres back, 5 metres forward, getting attacked, retreat, retreat, and then he had to come to the christening with all the family as if nothing had happened. It's
shocking,
like you just don't. You guys know, it's like you guys that have been in the military. You know exactly where I'm coming from when I'm talking about the situations that you have to deal with on a daily basis. It goes without saying that. That's where my appreciation from every sort of service, whether it be police, ambulance, whether it be the military or whatever it is, I've got a great appreciation for every single person that puts themselves in the line and experience things so we don't have to.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, the punkster knows, like us in the fire service, you get out there with the engine with the lights on, it's like turning on a bullseye. Like, oh my gosh, it's like, how in the world do you miss something that big with lights on it? And next thing you know, here they come at you. You're jumping out of the way.
I mean, fuck me, they move. So yeah.
See, there was a
you
big
think that's
thing.
a bullseye? Try driving an APZ round Omar.
Yeah.
It's a fucking bullseye.
I drove for 10 years before I got promoted.
Yeah.
And yeah, they're a big lump that goes fast. But
we had a big
it.
thing in the UK where, especially, I'm going back sort of 10 years ago. And it's not more in our town, but more in other towns where the kids used to set skips alight just to get the fire service in, and then they'd throw bricks and stones at the fire service personnel trying to put the flames out. You know,
we've had that everywhere, but I mean, in the bad old days, you drove flat out to everything because we were allowed to.
Yeah.
But as time went on, you would look at what the turnout slip was, and you would kind of tone down your driving to suit that. And if it was what they called persons reported, which was when you'd had more than one or two calls that said it's definitely a house fire, there's definitely people in there. And if you were a driver and the gaffer said confirmed persons reported, that was the, as you say, you were allowed then to fucking pull out the stuff.
Hell for leather, yeah.
That was it. And that was when you just went, fuck it, I'm going to hit every curb, I don't care. If the car gets in my way, I'm taking it out. We're going as quick as we can.
It's the same as when we did the ambulance service. If someone said it was a child, you'd drive 130%.
That was back when you guys ran tailboards, right?
And as a fire engine driver, you've got what we used to call was drive to arrive. You've got 3 guys in the back who were the guys who were going to do the job. It's no good getting there if they're fucked up when they get there. So they've got to be able to dress in air when we hit the road. So, because they're getting changed on the way. So you've got to drive fast enough to get there, but smooth enough to make sure they can get dressed. You know, so it was a lot of stress on the driver. I enjoyed it, and also, you know, it was hard work. And, you know.
Yeah.
That's it. I mean, I salute all the drivers because you don't get paid any more to be a driver.
No.
And it's a massive responsibility for a guy who's a firefighter.
Absolutely.
And and if anything happens, you still get investigated as well under the road traffic laws as well, even though you're.
So
you're damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yeah, absolutely.
As an emergency driver, whether it's ambulance, police, or fire, if you go through a red light and you're involved in an accident, it's your fault.
Well,
end of story.
To a point, you're investigating.
No,
Yeah,
that is as the law stands to this day. If you go through a red light you're involved in a collision, you went through a red light, it's your fault. Don't matter if you're on an emergency or not. There are exceptions and blah blah blah, but
you have the exemption to the stop. It becomes a giveaway. You've got to have shown caution when you cross a red light, and I know this. I've been in court over one of these. You have to show caution at the junction. You sound like you have to. It's shit. But then we also have in the fire service. We've had dickheads who drive like idiots because they've got blue lights. And the blue light does make you drive. It pumps your adrenaline and you can drive hard and maybe too hard. And over the years, we've toned down how we drive. But
the famous red mist.
You know,
send
Stevie through with the tank first.
It's the old-fashioned syndrome of
fucking get out the way then.
You ain't got an exemption unless something happens. You got an exemption as long as nothing happens, but as soon as something happens, that exemption don't.
Not here. Not
You
here.
don't think about the law when you're driving. You just, the gaffer says, we've got people stuck in a house, get the fucking truck there.
Yeah.
You put your boot down, you use every skill you've got to get there as quick as you can.
And as soon as you have an accident, it's his fault because he's told you to do it. Yeah.
No, not here. As soon as you go what we call code 3 with the lights and siren, as soon as we're in that, everybody's supposed to stop. So even if we're involved in an accident, it's not our fault because they were breaking the law.
That's where the British law difference. The British law,
you guys have got it wrong.
Law says give way if possible.
Yeah.
And
give way when it's
safe to do so.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's the caveat, and it's like when you look at any health and safety law in the United Kingdom, it's like because I deal a lot with risk assessments, and like they say you must make it safe when it's as long as it's reasonably practicable. It's just it's a cop out.
Yeah,
and the safe to do so,
and that is what the whole system in the UK is. It's a cop out. Sorry, it is. The whole system in the UK is a cop out.
But
our whole parliamentary system over is a cop out. Have you seen? Because obviously on the news this week, loads of people. They've had a load of immigrants, obviously, trying to cross from France to the UK, and have all drowned in the Channel. And everyone's blaming the British. Yeah, it is a shame, but they're all blaming the British government. Why didn't you save these people? Sorry, you've come from one country. You've passed through 8 other countries that were safe to come to the UK. Why didn't you stay in one of those other 8 countries?
Correct.
That's the big question. Why do you want to come to the UK?
Because we're the fuck. Well, because the UK is a fucking.
I'll tell you what. I heard a really brilliant argument on that of why you want to come to the UK, and it's because it's because they want to earn a living. At the end of the day, these people want to earn a living. And what language do 2/3 of the whole world speak is English. So they can't settle in France. They can't settle in Spain because they don't speak the language. They want to get to England. And
I'll tell you exactly why they want to come to England.
Nail on the head, Simon. Nail on the head there, mate. Yeah,
so,
absolutely.
They want to come to England because every other EU country, Germany and all that fucking Poland and what have you, will go, fuck off, keep going.
Exactly.
Look at Belarus right now. Belarus are transporting them from one side of their border all the way to the other side of the border. And Poland, rightly so, have put a fucking miles and miles and miles of fence up. And they're going, no, you can piss off. That's exactly what we should be doing. We should be going, sorry, turn the fuck around and go back to France. Get fucked.
We really want to start this?
But we do not have the same policies. Ours are a lot weaker than the rest of Europe.
That's getting political.
MB, you're right.
That's getting political.
Yeah.
Honestly.
It's a little tiny island. It's a little tiny island with 70 million people on it. You know what I mean? The Canada is fucking 44, 5, 6 billion times bigger than the UK. And it's got 38 million people in it. So it's got double the amount of people living in the UK. It's fucking crazy. So we can't just keep going, come on in.
We're all going to Canada then.
Absolutely.
How many spare rooms you got, MB?
It doesn't.
We're all having a road trip to Canada
just say
next
that
year.
it does not help that the UK has got the easiest benefit system in the whole world.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
No.
Right, come on.
Yes. Don't start about the American benefit system.
Oh, here we go.
Shit. I've got family.
Hey, come on, Hells. Come on.
I thought we meant be talking bikes anyway.
So I was on my motorcycle.
When did we get on politics? Who started this?
Don't get me started on that shit, man. I hate them for obvious fucking reasons.
Either that or we're switching to I'm a celebrity. Get me out of here.
There was this one time I was in a titty bar in Romania.
I thought you were going to say a band camp.
No. I got them stories. You want to hear them stories?
God, go for it. While you're doing that, I'm going to have a quick cigarette, guys.
So,
now's our chance to get Red Bomb banned. Here we go.
All right. So,
does this involve moonshine?
Well, no. This was when I was younger. It was just
beer. My.
So a lot of you guys don't know is I started playing percussion when I was 8, and I did the whole drumline thing growing up through school and everything. But I did band for 1 year because we had to do it. Like I never was done band. I always did other percussion stuff. So I went. They were like, "All right, this is when we show up and stuff." I'm like, "That's fine." I didn't know that the parents were supposed to drop you off. So here I come rolling in with my truck. I got it loaded with stereos and TVs and a refrigerator, beer. All right. Well,
fucking bookie.
yeah. So long story short, the cabin we were staying in, I had like disco light and a stereo and everything, and I had the majorettes in there. We were partying, and I may have gotten naked and ran around, and but still to this day, we had a little high school reunion, and the same band director's there, and there is rules named after me still to this day of what you cannot do.
What you cannot do.
Yeah.
As I said,
Yeah.
19 crimes.
Yeah.
That's
And the majorettes might have been in their underwear naked too. So
allegedly.
Allegedly, yeah.
No, allegedly about it. I believe you did.
Yeah, it got to the point that
under YouTube terms and conditions, allegedly.
Yeah, it got to the points that the parents of the girls were telling them to stay away from me, that they can't go hang out with me because I'll get them in trouble. So
Drew's a bad boy.
I don't know what you're talking about. So
Let me ask. But obviously, Paul, mate, obviously you've been sat there. You know, no one's asked you any questions yet. So I want to ask. I want to know what bike you ride, mate.
At the moment, it's a 125 Sinus Terrain. It's an all-terrain bike. I only passed my CBT in September, but I've already got my Mod 1 and Mod 2 booked for January.
Have you?
And then once I've passed Touchwood, which I think I should. I've got the confidence and the sort of road sense. I've been driving for 30 odd years.
Yeah.
So once I've got my big ticket, who knows? I've been looking at lots of different bikes. After watching Simon and his videos, I've got to be honest, I love the sound of that GTR 1400. That sounds just awesome. It's just got a sound on it like nothing
You got
else.
to hear it in person. You got to hear it in person. It sounds much better in person than it does on my audio. Trust me.
I don't think that should be your first big bike, mate.
No, I would.
No.
I would step up in increments.
The bike that realistically I should be getting and then might be getting is actually going to be. It's called a Zontes T310. It's still an adventure bike. So obviously it's a 312cc bike, but that is going to be something that I mess about on for a while before I progress on to sort of some bigger machines. But yeah.
Let me ask you: do you think that's a good idea with the way the UK licensing system works? Do you think it's a good idea, or do you think you should just have the choice to go hell for leather?
I got differing views because I'm quite frustrated. Being on a 125, it teaches you a lot of things to appreciate being on two wheels and the fact that you're very exposed. And I totally get that a lot of the people that jump on 125s are between the ages of like 17, 19, 20. And I do seriously think that when I was that age, if I'd have jumped on a big bike, I don't think I'd be here talking to you fine gentlemen now.
That's a valid point.
Do you think it should be age? Do you think it should be age range then? Maybe.
Why did you not go direct access, Paul? If you don't mind me asking.
Sorry.
Why did you not go direct access?
I did my CBT, but the riding school that I approached to do my CBT and then move on to the direct access didn't have the facilities to do it then.
Okay.
So I got to know a guy up in Manchester, RJH up in Manchester. His YouTube videos were very good, and I actually thought, well, this guy's actually helped me a lot. So I basically said that I would go up to Manchester and do my Mod 1 and 2 all in the same week. So I've got it all booked up for the 10th of January. And by the 14th of January, I should have my big ticket. Yeah. But to answer your question, should it be age related? I don't know. I mean, I'm 53. I bet you if I were to get on Simon's bike or if I were to jump on House on Two Wheels. If you were to lend me your Harley, would I still be alive tomorrow? I don't know. You just, when you get on these big, powerful bikes, there is something innate in all of us that thinks, I wonder what would happen if.
Yeah.
But it is age related, isn't it? Because you can't do direct access over 27?
24.
Yeah.
24, is it? Okay. So there is a point where the youngsters can't just jump, do a couple of tests and jump on a fast bike.
So you've got to be over 24 years old to go direct access. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
For anyone that it's like obviously like is watching in America or whatever, I personally think the British testing system is very linear, in the sense of you have to go through the 125 if you're not going through the direct access. Now, I mean, Lockwood will testify to this. We've been out in basic biker runs with 125 riders who have quite competently kept up with us.
Right.
On the roads, because they can, although the bike can only do 70 miles an hour, it can still do it round a corner. Don't underestimate that.
There's a lot of twisty roads, and you're limited by everybody's capabilities on these roads. So you find that you are, sitting there or thereabouts when you hit a few twisty roads. So somebody on a 125 who's used to just having it full throttle all the time can handle that bike, on regardless. It's not that they're dropping off. Whereas us guys with the big bikes are used to getting there quickly to a corner, and we'll drop off quite a lot. So guys in 125s tend to just
zap them again.
They'll just linearly go
they're
through,
full on all the time. But
Us
in
125 riders just hate roundabouts because you spend all of your time just getting back up to the speed you were before the roundabout. That's the only frustrating part about it.
The thing about it is my point being, like, if you're on a twisty road and you're in a flow with a group of riders, you will keep up with them because you're learning corner entry speed and corner exit speed on a 125, because like a 600 rider and a 1000cc rider become lazy because they're relying on what they've got in their right hand rather than the corner entry and exit, because they can compensate for their own inadequacies in a way.
Yeah, I agree. Actually, a 125 certainly teaches you how to use your gears and
100%
adapt to road speed. I tell you, the laziest bike in the world is the liter bike. The liter bike is, I mean, I keep going on about my speed triple. I had a 1050 speed triple. It was the early 1050, and it didn't matter what gear you were in. If something happened in front of you, you just turned the throttle and it took off. You know, you never ever had to drop a gear.
No, you will never lost a gear.
If you dropped a gear, because I came from like a 600 to that bike. A couple of times I rode roads I knew, like up in Tool or something, come round the corner, drop the gear, open the throttle, and wheelie. Because the bike was like always in the sweet spot.
I think Revbomb would agree because sorry, Punkster. I think Revbomb would agree in the fact that with 125s, because you ride a lot of 125s, Revbomb, there's a big difference in the power gap for 125s, because you get some that are literally as low as just over 10 horsepower all the way up to the maximum allowed 15.
15s, yeah.
Now that 5 horsepower can make an awful lot of difference, but when you're on a liter bike or a 600, 5 horsepower makes a smaller difference.
I think the only reason that obviously the CBT and everything was brought in, and that I'm going back to 82 when I was obviously a youngster. And we did you could step from 16 straight onto a 250. And I took my bike test. All right, crunched it on the first day, wiped myself out. I met Minnie on a hairpin bend, but second test out, I went and rode my dad's Super Dream. 3 months later, I went into a local bike shop and I sat on a ZX9. Smart ass little salesman. You can't buy that. You can't afford that. It'll kill you. Get off the bike. Basically told me to get off the bike. And my dad said, do you want it? And I went, I love it. And my dad actually shelled out the money that I'd saved up since I was about 12 to buy my first bike. I had it 3 months and I went back to the same dealer, Simon Renault, Carnell's in Hotcliffe. And I walked back into the showroom. Yeah, exactly. Walked back into the showroom and I went, I don't want the ZX9 anymore. And the manager of the shop went, why is that? Is it too powerful for you? No, I don't want it. I want to buy the Z1300. And I bought the 6-cylinder Z1300. 17 years old, and I was on a Z1300 hacking around at incredible speeds. But yeah,
Rev, tell
yeah.
me something. What happens in America? Because I mean, I hear loads of people talking about, getting a license and all that lot. How do you, in America, if you're 17-year-old and you want to ride a motorbike, what's the limitations?
I don't know
I'll
from
tell you
America.
about Canada.
No, do I.
16
Yeah.
and wide open.
17.
Yeah, 16, 17, you can go wide
open. It don't matter.
Right, what do you want?
As long as you pass the test, yep, you're good.
What is the test?
That's what we used to do.
Yeah.
But what is the test though, Hells? What do you have to do in order to get on the big bikes, mate?
First, you get your learners, and then you go ride it. There's no limitations on what you can ride. The only limitation is you can't ride at night, and you can't have a passenger. All right. So, and then once you get your license, or when you go take your test, you can do it two ways. You can take a motorcycle safety course, and once you pass the motorcycle safety course, you go get your license, or you can just take the road course, which is the basic stopping. You got to stop within a 4x4, or now it's a 6x6. Excuse me. You got to stop in that box from 25 mile an hour, and then you got to go weave through some cones. You got to do the figure 8 through a box.
That's a mod 1, isn't it? That sounds like a mod 1.
Right.
Mod 1, yeah.
Pretty much,
yeah. But I got my license at 16. And yeah.
I'll tell you about Canada. When Hells is finished, I'll tell you about Canada. Canada's way worse than that.
Yeah. We've all talked about different countries, and it's interesting to know how the crossover works. So, in America, if you're 17, effectively you do a mod 1 and you can ride a big bike.
Yeah. It don't matter. You're not limited on the bike.
It's just interesting to know how it crosses over.
Yeah.
I'm like Rev. I was at the crossover point with the 250s, and it's just kind of. Yeah.
No, you got to take a test. You got to take a test on like a 125, and then once you pass, you just go jump on your big V twin and ride. Yeah. There's no limitation. The only limitations is most states is that don't have a helmet law. They kind of do have a helmet law. When you're under 21, you have to have a helmet.
Yeah.
All right. It's
not such a bad thing. Well, old fuckers, it doesn't matter if we don't. You know what?
Yeah.
We've contributed. We've paid enough tax. If you're young, you need to wear a helmet because we need more tax.
Jesus. See, the thing is, obviously, I've had 40 years on sports bikes where I've been on R1s, ZX7s, ZX9s, and I switched up when obviously following Simon's channel. I switched up to a GTR 1400 because I wanted a Z, but the GTR come along. The first day I took that out, Simon will tell you, we went out with the advanced motorcycle riders. Now the pass rate, I think, is with to do the Simon will tell me the pass rate to do the Rosper, I think, is 80% in it, Simon.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah.
I went out on my first ride with Nick, and they basically grade you at 100 and then start taking points off for everything you've done. We did the first ride to Bedford. I said to Nick, "How did I do?" And he went 13. Why? Because you took the racing line through every single corner, crossed onto the other side of the road. And I went, all right. He said, on your GTR, why do you stick your knee out going round the corner? I went, and it's just bad sports bike habit. I'm used to sticking my knee out to try and get my knee down.
That's a track habit. Yeah.
It's a track habit. Yeah. And he said to me, do you realise how close you were to dragging your toes underneath your bike?
Hang on. Here we go. I have a technical question.
Go on.
I can't answer the comments. Code Grey has answered a lot of things. A channel that I follow quite regularly. And I have to ask him, has he got a camera? Because why the fuck is he not in the chat?
Get on the chat
Right.
code. Yeah, come and jump in the chat. I've got room for another 3.
I think he's busy though with family and stuff. He can't
Aye.
get in, but I've already asked him to come in.
Well,
Yeah,
have you?
because it would definitely help. It would
Come on,
definitely help for him
get
to
on
come
the
in.
channel.
Yeah.
And is he one of these anonymous people we can't see his face? Because you know, wear a balaclava or something. You know, put your pants on your head or something.
Well, he's done a few videos where we can see who he is, but
yeah, well then, you know,
yeah.
get yourself on here, because you know, Paul is filming himself on a potato, so you must have the technology to do it. Sorry, Paul.
Here's a question, right? I mean, see when you look at Paul, see what you're talking about. I can understand what you're saying about doing the 125 and then maybe going on to a 300. But to be honest, when have you been on a 500 yet?
A few years ago, I used to before I was in the police. Let's just say I was a little bit naughty, and
we're reporting you to your head chief inspector.
We've all had a past, Simon.
Most coppers are.
And I used to knock about on my mate's Kawasaki Z650.
Yeah.
It was a 1978 bike, and nothing like what you've got on the road today. So yeah, I had an appreciation for a big, powerful bike. It doesn't matter that I weeded the damn thing and put it through a wall in a Tesco's car park, but I had a bit of fun before that. But yeah, I myself now, I'm 53, so I think I would have the maturity and the discipline. If I were to jump on a large machine now, I think I would have the maturity and the discipline to be able to temper the frustrations that a lot of people get when they get on a big bike, just to see what it can do.
I'll tell you what, Paul. I've got a challenge for you then. I've got a challenge for you then. You get yourself insured on it.
Yeah.
You can take my GTR 1400 out.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Yeah.
You get yourself insured on it, and you give me 10 grand in my. No, I'm joking. No, you get yourself insured so you can ride it.
All right.
You can have
I won't crash it. I'll be too scared to go above 20 miles an hour. I'll take it round the car park.
That's fine. I'll follow you on my push bike.
Well, the reason I'm asking you, right?
Yeah.
Once Hells plays this tune.
All right, Zed.
No. Oh. Yeah.
Another copyright strike.
Copyright strike on this one.
Copyright, Red. Copyright.
Is that your new intro? Is that your new intro music, Hells?
No. I got so many copyright strikes. They're gonna start paying. They're gonna start paying me for playing their music.
Sorry, but someone just about asked me a question. Sorry.
Yeah, Paul. So the reason I'm asking you, right, about have you ridden a bigger bike? I was lucky enough to do my direct access, and I went from a 125 to an ER5, which was a 500cc twin.
Yeah.
And the jump from that was basically I'd been out on the 125 for maybe 5, 6, 7 weeks. And I came in one day expecting to go on the 125, and the trainer said, "Nope, you're going to be on the ER5 in the car park, going around those cones for the next hour and a half, and that's going to be your lesson for today." Right. And then I couldn't believe just how easy it was to ride the 500.
Yeah.
And then after that, I went out on the road, and you realise when you're coming off a slip road going onto a dual carriageway just how quick the 500 was compared to the 125. But it's only as quick as you twisting that throttle. Yeah. So it's not lightning fast where the front wheel comes up and you can't control it and you fall off. It's a matter of you open it up, but it's controllable open up. You open up and go, whoa, but you know you can drop off slightly and you'll be fine.
It's all about the
mental.
Bit
of power helps you how to learn how to control the power.
Oh,
yeah, you can control it.
Are we doing stupid hats?
the more power you've got on a bike, it's the mental preparation. It's like well, Lockwood said, if you're on a 125, you've got that time to mentally prepare for a corner, and when you step onto a 500, because I did exactly the same. I did a direct access course. I did have it was a Suzuki Van in between, which was the wider tires, but the same
brilliant
125.
I know the Van, yeah.
Oh, the Van was a brilliant bike because it gave you the sort of size of a 500, but the power of a 125, and then you went on to the 500. But the thing about the difference between, like, say for example, like a CG 125 or an ER5 Kawasaki. When you step onto the ER5 Kawasaki, everything happens just that wee bit quicker. So it's not about the speed, because as a rider you will be able to handle how fast you're going. It's whether you can mentally calculate. And that's the adjustment you're making. It's not about your ability; it's the mental ability to calculate what's happening when you're riding.
I totally agree, Stuart. And this is the sort of perhaps
reason
why
come on
that we have the disciplined approach with the CBT and the 125 and then moving up. But
and that's
you know what it sounds like. It's a one-way.
Destination fact.
Paul, I think you're taking the measured approach, and I think you'll be more than fine. And I can't wait to see the progress in it all.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, I'm learning stuff all the time. I mean, I went out off road for the first time last week.
Yeah.
And I came off the bike a few times. That's purely and simply because I've never been off road before.
But you're feeling a bike moving. You're feeling a bike moving underneath you as well, which is an experience that a lot of people don't have. I remember I bought my ZZR 1400. That was the first time I'd stepped up. I stepped up from a 600 to a 1400, and I bought that bike in November. So you can imagine in Scotland what the roads were like in November when I rode that bike home.
Yeah.
So
that's a big jump, Stuart.
So every time I opened the throttle, like the back end was twitching, and it was so you kind of learn fast, but you're only sensible.
You're fucked tonight, lad. You're getting about 8 billion copyright strikes.
But Paul, I don't have any doubt in my mind that you're not going to treat this, because you're treating the whole process the way I would, and you'll be fine. You're going to fly it. You're going to fly it.
I've lashed out 950 quid, so I hope I bloody pass.
No, you will. You'll be fine.
You'll be fine.
You'll get there, dude.
You're going to do well, man. Every faith in you.
White helmet.
Thank you.
Just for Punkster. There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Yes. Pirates.
How'd you become a pirate? Nobody knows. You just are.
I like the Simpson crash hat there. The camouflage. We don't have anything as good as cool as that.
I can't see a Simpson what?
Oh, Simpson magnet.
Who's got a Simpson on?
You've got some fucking
Hells.
expensive.
Hells, I can't
nice.
see. I
Hells,
can't.
look at that.
I can't. Oh, there's Hells there. There he's there. I never. How you doing, buddy?
That's actually the first time I ever had that on.
Yeah, for a man who's like, I just ride. You've got
that looks kick-ass, bro.
You really have.
Right, boys, I'm going to bow out. Mrs. is back, so we're going to go get some tea. Does it work?
Yeah.
All right, boys.
I'll tell you, as soon as I get that hoodie, military biker, I'm posting a video about it, mate.
Legend. All right, boys, nice one. Cheers, guys. See you later. Have a nice weekend.
Take care.
Yes, that was the first time I've had it on. I have I guess you'd call it my habit. I buy Simpson helmets that are limited edition. I just put them up.
Yeah.
Nice lid.
Oh, I get that. That's nice, man. That is nice.
Are great looking lids. They're uncomfortable. They're noisy, and they're not particularly safe, but they're great lids.
Drew, see when you put that down, how do you find it again?
Find what?
Exactly.
No, I just ordered the this sand desert that just came out today.
Yeah, that's nice, man.
But
That's nice.
that one, that is actually this one was exactly the last one they actually had.
Yeah.
And they had it sitting back in a storage room. And I was like, oh, I've been looking for that helmet. And they're like, well, this is the last one we have. We got to sit back here. I was like, oh, well, I'll take it. They're like, that's fine. And I got it for half price just because they wanted to get rid of it.
Brilliant.
I was like, yeah, I'll definitely take it now.
Absolutely.
What hat has Red Bull got? There you go. What hat has Red Bull got? There you go.
But I'm a Simpson fan because
Global Racing Oils.
because it fits my head.
Is that Viagra, Red Bull?
It's global Racing Oils, mate. Quick for the sponsor, Global Racing Oil.
Ace Cafe Orlando. There you go.
Paul, when's the next stage of your test? So, like, obviously you're at the early stages, but what's the next step?
Okay. On January the 9th, I've got a lesson which is about 3 hours, and that starts at 9, ends at 12, and that's going to be for just preparing for the mod 1.
Right. So I've
done the theory.
Yeah. So the mod 1 takes you up to the test on the pad, the figure 8, the 30 mile an hour corner. Yeah.
The manual handling of the bike is doing the cones, doing the figure of 8, doing the slalom, the emergency stop, and the quick maneuver to dodge.
Swerve avoidance.
Swerve avoidance. That's it. And the slow motor skills and stuff like that.
How are you feeling about that?
Oh, I'm quite confident with that one because
that's good.
I take my bike out quite a lot, and I go to a car park and I set some cones up. So with the slow control, with the clutch and the accelerator and the back
brake, yeah.
I think I'm going to be okay.
That's good.
It will obviously be very different being on a larger machine in terms of handling a little bit more weight, because I think my Sinister Terrain is only around about 160 kilograms, whereas a typical 650 is probably more looking like 260. I don't know.
Wow. Whoa, baby!
Not like your Harley, 500 kilograms dry weight. But
hey,
Andy Feldman has just hit the nail on the head. He said mod 1's the worst. Mod 1's the hardest bit. You can get through that.
So
I would agree.
Mod 2's easy.
I'll be quite honest. I've failed the mod 1 once, and it was a figure 8. I hated the figure 8. I hated it. Could do everything else. Swerve avoidance.
A lot of people fear the U-turn.
Turning within the bike circle could do that, no bother, because I knew it was just looking over the one shoulder. See, when I had to look over the one shoulder and then look over the other shoulder, honestly, I couldn't do it. I just could not do it, and I failed it. I failed it because of that. And then the next time I went back, my instructor, I'll never forget him, Stevie. He was a Met police officer, and he come up here from Manchester. And honestly, see by the time I went out the next time, there was no way I was failing it. The preparation that it put me through, it was fantastic. And it's like when I went out the second time, I just absolutely nailed it.
The guys who pass the test now, I mean, I absolutely salute them because it's a lot of work.
As Bongster, you're right. As they put them through the ringer, they really do.
But don't let it put you off. If you want to ride a bike, just keep pushing at it. But don't fall for the kind of you got to build up slowly. A big bike, okay, a litre bike probably I'm pushing the limit, but a 600 bike is not too much.
Yeah.
You need to experience how much to control power, because actually when you're on a bigger bike, controlling the power is one of the skills you really don't learn on a 125.
No.
Because as somebody Rev Bomb pointed out earlier, you know, somebody on a 125 is wringing its neck all the time. And actually, learning how to use your right hand is, I'll rephrase that, is a skill.
Yeah.
Powering your right hand is a skill. And the liter bike is too far because it doesn't matter what you do with your right hand, you always get what you want. The 600 is the sweet spot.
Yeah.
Where you have to learn about dropping a gear or not dropping a gear. But it's kind of, have I lost my way? You know what I mean?
Drew, what's it like with respect, I mean, like, and to the US? I mean, so obviously you've heard a wee bit about what we are talking about, which is UK learning to ride a bike, and we're starting off in the 125cc bikes, leading up to 500, 600, possibly 1000 cc's. Now, can you give us sort of an idea of the way it is in the US?
No, because there's no restrictions.
So,
like, it's all over the board. Like, everybody just, you got the idiots that buy a liter bike, and then you got the people that think they need a, little bike that doesn't do anything. Like, it's, I mean, you got to think about it. Like, my wife just started riding this year, and I built her motor and put her on it on a 114 cubic inch bike, and she rides just fine.
Yeah,
I think it's all on. Now she took the course, and I did a lot working with her.
Yeah,
I think it's all on learning the correct habits.
Yeah,
Not just getting on and ripping. That's my advice to people over here, because it's too free. Like, you can just get a liter bike and just ride as fast as you want, because over here it's wide open, straight wide open.
Would you prefer that the US maybe had some sort of entry level qualification, or are you quite happy that like, say for example, you being a responsible person and a caring husband have made sure that Crystal, when she goes on a bike, is safe because she's safe because you've observed her riding? Or would you want some sort of government level that she has to go through is that a thing?
Well, I think that instead of taking this basic rider course, which is, I find it a joke to me, it's just, here's a motorcycle. I think that they need to do more advanced courses before they say, okay, now we'll let you have your license.
Yeah.
Because I have seen too many times, and the worst part about this is Daytona Bike Week is a great example of they need more riding courses, because I've seen too many people get on or go take the riding course the weekend before, come down, and next thing you know, they're dead because they thought they could ride because they passed the course.
Yeah.
And it happens in Sturgis too.
Yep.
All right. Which is, and it goes back to show, like, the fortunate thing, she took it. I was there watching a lot of the rider course. And while I was there, I actually went over on the police course and was messing around riding it. And a lot of people in class are like, man, how long you been riding? I was like, a long time. But I've taken advanced courses to learn to control my machine.
I don't think you're ever finished learning. I mean, like, I passed my test in 2009, and I will tell you right now, I will go to, like, we've got a local track in Scotland called Knockhill, and I will learn track riding. I am going to learn advanced riding. I'm going to learn everything possible that I can learn on a motorcycle.
You're always learning.
I think people should take
every day.
People should take a basic track course, because that's really where I learned to really ride my motorcycle.
100%, because so many people don't even appreciate the grip levels of their tires, let alone the road that they're riding on.
Yeah,
and
there's
so many
riding a cruiser.
Well, the thing is there was so much I had to learn like how to actually set a bike before you go through a turn. Nobody, you don't talk about that in normal classes.
Yeah. I should say, Hells, you're a sports bike rider who rides a cruiser.
Right. Yeah. I started on sport bikes and went to cruisers. Yep.
And you are. And too many guys ride cruisers. They've got, they go, oh, no. Suspension's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, that's the thing is, I'll ride with people, and they're like, "How in the world can you ride that big, heavy bike the way you do?"
Yeah.
So I started explaining stuff to them, and they have no clue what I'm talking about.
I know.
Right.
I know.
But I'm saying over here, where they don't have to do that, you can basically, here's your license. Hope you don't die. Have fun. All right.
I ride a cruiser on a sports bike, but I understand. Yeah. No, you're right. You're always learning.
Hey, Robert, how you doing, baby? Hey,
Thank you very much.
Hey, I got something to tell you, man. Hey, man.
Code Gray and Andy, what's his name?
Andy Felmingham, yeah.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, if you haven't ridden that Knock Hill, oh Jesus Christ.
Come on.
Good circuit.
Red Bull Knockouts mental.
It's the bit, that last corner where you come back past the start line. Jesus H. That's got a right angle on it. If you screw that angle up, you're in the gravel.
Yeah, because we have a follower that's a sport bike racer, and I was like, I'll take my big bike out there right on the track, and so we did, and it blew all those guys away. How hard I was able to ride my big road glide.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because we've got 3 or 4 really good circuits. So you've got Mallory Park. Mallory's a really good circuit to ride. You've got Silverstone, obviously, but they do the track days at Silverstone. You've got the Thruxton circuit as well. But we did like a team event, and that was down at Mallory Park.
Come on, boys. Are we agreed that Code Gray can wear his lid?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course they can.
Come on.
Is it coming on? Is it coming on?
Come and get on, yeah.
Come on.
If he wants to come on and wear his lid, of course they
Of course
can.
we do.
Come
on. Yeah. Can we whatever.
But
Get
you're
him
talking,
I'm swearing.
but you guys were talking about what going to track and learning.
I don't know if I've mentioned it. I've had a shit day. Come on.
But
Donington's a good one as well, because obviously if you go down the Mallory Straight, you've got it's about a foot drop on the straight, so you can launch the bike. We did an R1 track day, and they hired out the R1s for the day. So chasing down a semi-professional R1 race team mechanic, and he was on the bike, and I actually hit a patch of oil. He actually went so hard off the jump, he bottomed his sump out on the track of the R1 and split the oil cooler all over the floor. I actually run through it and spat the bike down the track at 140 mile an hour. Literally slid on my ass the entire length of the track, got up, got back on the bike, rode back to the pits. I've got a great photo of the back of my levers missing with the arse cheeks hanging out. I had to ride home in a pair of track bottoms because my arse cheeks were hanging out the back of my levers. I chapped my levers out. But it just shows you, obviously, you could be the best rider in the world. Something like that isn't going to save you unless you've got the right gear on.
See, I've only ever came off once, and it was on the Inverkip roundabout in the way into Greenock. And I was on the 5 lead 929 at the time, and I did hit the roundabout quite quick, and I was trying to lean in as far as I could, and I lost the front. And all I remember is the bike sliding away and me thinking, "Oh, my bike," and me sliding on my ass all the way across, and it was like I was on ice. There was nothing I could have done to stop me sliding on that, to stop me sliding. And I must have only been doing about 30 mile an hour. So doing 140 sliding
it's a rite of passage.
Must have been
bike on the floor and having the picking it up of shame, or actually the reality of it is flagging down a car and asking them to help you pick your bike up because we can't pick our own bikes up.
And then you don't know what the damage is until you've picked it up, do you?
It's a rite of passage, flagging down normally Karen in a fucking Honda. To help you pick your bike up.
Yeah, you get him, Captain Morgan.
I had just bought a bike, and I was showing it to Graham's. Robert knows who Graham's is because Robert painted the VFR, and he's a phenomenal painter.
Graham's painted the VFR,
yeah. And I was showing my bike to Graham's, and Graham's at the time was staying out Kilmarnock way, and where I stay in relation to Kilmarnock, I'm over a back road, and it's quite a lot of agricultural road, and I basically hit a country road that a farmer hadn't switched off his silage tap, and there was silage all down the road. So I threw my bike into a left-hand corner, went to throw it into a right-hand corner. The bike slid. I tried to stand it up and hit it come into the left-hand corner. My tyres were full of cow dung, and the only thing that was there was grass verge and hedges. And I remember my bike, I always remember my bike sliding, and all I saw was light red, and that was the headlight of the bike and the tail light spinning. The bike was spinning and I was spinning the other way, and I slid along the road, and I'm looking up, and there was actually a guy who was driving a car behind me, and he came up to me and he said, "Are you okay?" Anyone that knows any roads, any rural roads in Scotland, is tarmac, and then it falls away to grass. So when my bikes hit the grass, my side hit the tarmac. It slammed it.
You saw the flinch.
I wasn't even going fast. It was just like one of those, and my whole brain's saying, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" And I'm looking up, and this guy's saying, "Are you all right, mate?" And I'm like, "I don't know. Is my legs there?" Yep. Right. So that's okay. Is my knees? And we went through the whole anatomy, and I said, "Well, I'm okay. Where's my bike?" And we picked the bike up, and I had done the anti-stall because the trip sensor had detected it was on its side, and we sat the bike up and so on and so forth, and started the bike and we let it run, and there was no fluids dripping. I was absolutely trashed. My whole side took me 4 months to recover from the injury. It's like, and it was just out of nowhere.
Yep.
See, I'll tell you what, get to my age and you come off at 20 mile an hour on a roundabout and it takes you 6 weeks to recover.
I mean, you hear these stories about guys that come off at maybe they're and then they maybe broke a leg, and because the adrenaline's still pumping, they go to stand up and they can't because the leg's broke or something's happened and they can't stand up, and then the adrenaline kicks in and the pain kicks in, after that, and scary stuff.
Definitely. So obviously, because I was saying to Simon, one of my friends that I know very, very well, lives just up the road in Northampton. He's on I think it's called a Can-Am Spider now or something. So it's 2 wheels at the front, 1 at the back. He was on, it wasn't a ZZR, but it was a big Kawasaki coming through Northampton at Western Favel. And he came round a roundabout. Next thing he knew, he was on the other side of the roundabout on his arse. Literally bang, and he was like, he said all he remembers is looking up, seeing his wife dropping her BMW, running across to him. "Don't worry, you're all right, you're alive, you're alive." And this guy stood there undoing his trousers. He went, "What the hell?" And the guy had actually took his belt off, wrapped it round his leg, and went, "Don't worry, mate, we've got you. Paramedics are on the way." He said that was the point that he looked down that his left leg was missing, and she hit him with an Audi side on, and she hit him so hard that it actually jammed his leg into the engine and severed it, but clean severed it below the knee. He's at the point now, he's just had the payout. He's had £520,000. But he's got to modify the house. He can't drive a car anymore because he had a manual car. He can't ride a bike anymore because he can't change gear. So he's obviously got himself a Can-Am with an auto box on it. He said, for the amount of money I paid out, yes, I'm going to have a good life, but I'd rather have my leg back than the money.
No amount of money.
I don't know how many of you followed the Flinch, and the Flinch is. This guy wrote for a number of motorcycle magazines. He's the real biker. He's, done Harley all his life, and he lives in the countryside, and he's a real country dude. And yet he hit a deer last week, and this is kind of winter riding. He went round the corner, saw a doe coming out of the woods, tried to avoid it, and it ran towards him. And he wiped out his bagger, put it in a ditch. And it just goes to show that kind of this time of year that the most experienced riders can just
exactly.
No problem,
Yeah.
How come the Punkster looks like the British version of the dude off of Mythbusters?
How weird fucker, Does this help?
Yeah, you get it there, Captain Morgan.
James, well done.
I made this hat.
James X, well done.
Well done, James, passing your CBT. That's fantastic.
Yeah, well done to James, passed his CBT today. Now we're doing
Yeah,
James.
good man. Well done, James. Now we're terrifying you. You're going to go get your car license. Yeah.
I guarantee you, every biker will say I'm the best biker in the world. All of us in here have had 2 or 3 accidents.
I'm the worst biker in the world.
Yeah, it's not the bikers that cause the problem. It's the other 2,000 million idiots that drive cars that cause the problems.
No, it is me.
That's why every biker in the UK should go and join a. I'm sorry, I'm preaching. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, go for it,
every
Simon.
biker in the UK, go and join a ROSPA group.
Yeah, no, I agree.
Yeah.
And we're
Join
all
the
shy
ROSPA
as
group.
well. We're all shy, and car drivers are shy.
Anybody that follows my channel, I put up bell-end videos, and these bell-ends have done something that fucking and was it ever any danger to me? No, it wasn't, because I've seen them, I've fucking done what I've had to do, and I've avoided whatever. But I'll put the video up because there's a bell end. Look at that. They pulled straight out in front of me on a roundabout. They've done this, they've done that, whatever.
Oh, God damn it. Oh, fuck. I give up. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah. Just go and join the ROSPA group.
Stop looking for risk. Riding a motorbike is a dangerous activity.
Yeah.
If you're bothered about danger, buy a fucking car.
Yeah.
Riding a motorbike is just as dangerous as calling your wife her sister's name. All right?
Yeah.
Never do that.
Lockwood looks like I'm a
I'll tell you, the worst thing you can ever do is tell her she's not as good as her sister.
We all get that opt-out one.
Twilight
one.
Yeah,
that's why I plug this book. I'll plug this book, and I'll tell you what, I'll get no fees from it.
I have a caveat. My wife's from Glasgow, so. Yeah.
One of the mechanics said to me, he said, "Have you ever heard of there's a game out called Buckaroo?"
Yeah.
Yeah, where you put the bits on. He said, "Have you ever tried human Buckaroo?" And I went, "What's that?"
No.
He said, "What you want to do?" He said, "Have Doggy with the missus, and then call her by her mother's name and see how long you can stay on."
Hang on. No. You gotta slap her on the ass, call her by her sister's name, and grab her hair and hang on.
Yeah.
Woo!
Super.
Oh yeah.
The problem with me is I need to wind her up again.
Probably.
What I have to ask you, where's Gray and where's the other guy, Andy Felmingham?
Andy Felmingham, yeah. They need to come in the room.
see the thing
Andy
about
Feldman
it
wouldn't
is,
come
and
because
I-
he's on his mobile phone, so he don't want to show you.
can I honestly, can I honestly say that?
use granite blocks.
No, you can't because Captain Morgan's talking.
I know.
You must have a camera.
No, it's fine. Can I honestly say that, like, everyone that's in this room's a bike rider, and like every single guy or girl that puts their foot over a bike knows the risks. We all do. I think that's what makes the fellowship so strong. It really does.
Bravo.
It really does. Everyone knows the risks that they're taking.
Yeah.
And
It's the
that's what makes
brotherhood.
it
And that's
good.
why the
And
bikers nod is so strong. And
but
etc.
that's of course it is, and that's why when I hear Paul that's taking his lessons, that's why I want to try and give him any advice that I've got that I can pass on to him. The mistakes that I possibly may have made that I want to pass on to you, Paul. Don't do this, don't do that, so on and so forth. That's what it's all about. Stand in a car park, talk to guys that have got scraped leathers because they know more than you do. Talk to all sorts of people. Learn as much as you can throughout your biking experience.
And don't do what I do, and you'll just be safe. All right?
don't get naked. Don't get naked and run around.
Keep your cock in your pants. But Stuart, you're right. Once you get past the bravado, everybody's
100%. Don't be afraid to ask. Never be afraid to
They're
ask.
all willing to share. There's a little bit of machismo going on, but once you get past that,
they'll always
we've
be
all,
there.
we've all been where Paul is. We've all been where Paul is.
We've all been there. Yeah,
100%. 100%.
if he's got a beard down to his bollocks, don't ask him for advice because he'll weirdo.
Well,
other than that, he's fine.
That's why I get aggravated with a lot of people that talk down to new riders. Like, why are you riding that bike?
I get excited. I get excited about new riders because I know that they're starting the journey that I took when like I look at my journey started in 2009. So Paul, your journey started a wee bit later.
Exit is here.
Jeez,
Come on,
so the only difference between you and I, Paul, is I'm a wee bit further along in my journey. It's not that I'm a better biker or anything like that. It's just the fact that you're a newer biker, and that's what it comes down to.
Oh yeah,
We're all learning.
totally
Every single person here is learning.
Stuart,
I totally
you're
get it.
so right. We do this.
Lock was cracking me up.
Drop off.
He's just sitting there straight faced the whole time.
Everybody peaks and then gets shit. You know what? We're all learning as we ride.
100%.
You've got to be willing to adapt. Just because you've got a license is irrelevant.
No.
It's
just the start of it all. It's just the start.
Change the way we ride as we change.
God damn.
And as an older rider, you've got to change the way you ride as well.
Yep.
So don't be intimidated as a new rider.
No.
And I'm poking my fingers.
Drew, I think Lockwood's going to bring out an inflatable guitar in a minute.
Just a quick one, because obviously I had a comment on my my Kawasaki ZX7R ride that we did for a customer before we handed it over. And this guy just said, "Nice vid. I'm going out for a little ride. I'm just reaching out to my subscribed channels to obviously having a look through my subscribers to get me through these sad times, because YouTube is the only thing that's helping me after my brother passed away on the 6th of the 11th, 21. He was in the Royal Navy for 30 years, but I'm out now solo riding. And I've just said to him, I said, there's loads of vloggers there. If you need if you need someone to talk to, go and chat with these guys on the channel. We're all here to help everybody out. Mental health and, people just to talk to. That's what the vloggers do. That's what we all do.
Definitely.
Yeah, if you feel like you're going crazy, just talk to me. You'll know you're sane. You're fine.
Steve, best thing he did, right? Because it helps with his mental health.
Yeah.
Nice.
Absolutely good. What the fuck is he wearing?
Join us, Steve.
Loco is like Daft Punk. Around the world, around the
I
world.
agree.
Don't come to my hometown. You will slay all the women looking like that.
The one thing I fucking hate is the word normal.
Yeah.
What is?
The fuck is normal?
No.
Yeah. What the hell is? Yeah. Yeah.
We're
100%.
all our own thing, aren't we? Let's be honest.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And
right, that reminds me a bit of one of my exes. I know she had hairy face, but Jesus.
You have a beard as well.
No, she did.
Is that
Yeah,
you?
she did star in The Greatest Showman, so.
Oh God!
come on, Exeter, let's get you on the stream.
Go on, Exeter, get on the stream, mate. We've got about half hour to go before
And
I've got to say goodnight.
Andy Fellingham has been putting lots of comments up. Come on.
Dave Bomb, is this a world
Wow.
record for you? This is 3 hours and 30 minutes.
I know,
mate.
it's like we're 3 hours and 30 minutes in
I
now.
think you need to post that on Instagram, mate. Yes. That has to get down as a record.
I'll tell you, that gets you for starting at 8 o'clock instead of 9, doesn't it? Really?
That's cool.
You know what I mean?
I don't know if I've mentioned this. I've had a shit day today, so this is good for me.
Yeah, it works well.
So, Punkstar, when are you going to go and look at the state of your lockup?
The storm is still raging outside. The windows are banging. So, I reckon midday-ish, the weather will be settled enough to go and have a look. But
It's calmed a bit here now, so it's not quite as bad here as it was.
Yeah, I'm on the East Coast, and I'm the first landfall for it. So I reckon my rat
Look,
bike
would you had a haircut?
and I think my sidecar rig is spot.
Just
yeah.
My new bike may be okay.
See the amazing. The good thing, see the thing about it is, brother, bikes can be fixed. You cannot.
Yeah, exactly.
So we are happy that you're safe and you're with us now. So that's the main thing, as far as I'm concerned.
What Exeter means is it can take him half hour to set up because he's had Epic Adam round there fiddling with his gear.
No, rubbish.
You are so right. I spent my whole life saving other people.
No, I know. I appreciate that.
I was in a position where I thought, you're a fucking idiot here. You're risking your life for motorbikes that are insured.
Yeah.
So I backed away.
Yeah.
And the only reason I was doing that, I've got rat bikes. I've been running rat bikes all my life. And I bought a nice shiny bike this week.
Yeah.
And put it in the garage 2 days ago.
Yeah.
If it hadn't been for that, I wouldn't have been bothered going up to the garage. So it was a weird sort of scenario.
I know, mate. It's a double-edged sword, isn't it? Because it's like that it's like Golem. It's the ring, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
But in the same sense, you've got the life experience that tells you it's not.
Everything
Do you know what I mean?
told me
So
it was stupid to be there. You're absolutely right. So
100%,
I walked away. So tomorrow, and I have had a bit of a pisser with YouTube. I've been posting weekly videos for 2 years, and about 2 weeks ago, I said, fuck it. So I haven't posted anything, but tomorrow I'll switch my camera on, and I genuinely will walk up to my garage and open the door, and we'll see what we've got.
See the thing about it is,
I've got a brand new bike. Well, no, it's not brand new. It's a 2015, which is the newest bike I've ever owned by a long way.
It's new to you. Yeah.
But the thing about that,
hey, Ponster,
the last 5 or 6 vlogs that you've posted, I thought have been absolutely fantastic. Do you know what I mean? It's like obviously you're in your life, you're experiencing your life. I'm not experiencing your life. I can't appreciate what you're experiencing at the time, but when you present a video onto YouTube, you're presenting that little film clip of your life. You have to understand that, and like every time you present that little film clip of your life, everyone's enjoying it because I can see the interaction that's happening within it. I think you've been a wee bit hard on yourself first of all for your film content, Second of all, for your editing. Third of all, for the person that you are, because you've got a brilliant personality and you put it across absolutely perfectly. Don't be so hard on yourself because you're a good person. So see when you go out there and you look at that, by all means put it on YouTube, but don't make that what your channel is, because your channel was far better before that.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Yeah, punks love you, but
100%.
Step back from the camera with that hat, because it looks like the hat's talking to us.
Sorry, here we go. Yeah.
I know it's a serious subject, but all I see is the hat flopping in the camera.
Drew, it was right above me. I was wanting to lick it.
Yeah.
My vlogs are all one take, and I talk shit quite often, but I hate to see vlogs that are chop. So, yeah, sometimes I talk shit, and but tomorrow I'm going to put my camera on and I'm going to walk up and we'll see what we've got. At the moment, it's still howling like a bastard outside, so I don't even know if tomorrow is going to be the day that I actually open my...
Like I said, look, by all means put the camera on and record it for the instant reaction, but reflect on it, because every time you post, I always look at your videos and I always think they're very, very measured. You're a very measured person.
I must have watched.
I don't mean to be that's not a disrespectful thing.
No,
I just think that you look at things and you understand the concept of the whole. So by all means, look at what you see, but sit back and create the Punkster effect on it. Don't change, please. Don't.
See, going back to the Punkster, right? I mean, I must have looked at 2, 3, 4 of his videos about camping before I went and bought a tent, before I went and bought anything, right? And even did a video, on these chappies, right? And about how good they were, right? How excellent they were, and how you couldn't hear the wind. So straight away I went out and bought a set off Amazon due to watching the Punkster's video. So Punkster does amazing stuff. The stuff that he brings out is like superb.
Of course he does.
Which is the first thing I said when I come in the room, because as soon as he turned up, I said, "What's the Lone Rider tent like?"
Yeah, exactly. Because he knows, he's
100%, and that's the case. It's like the likes of the Punkster when we're talking about camping, and like Drew when we're talking about mega miles, like you're wanting. If you want to know what kit works, if you're doing 2,000, 3,000 miles, whatever it is over like a 2-3 day period, I want to know what Drew's wearing. I want to know what he's riding with. Boots. I want to know your jacket. I want to know blah blah blah. Whatever it is, whether it's your GoPro, what you charging your batteries with, what's your mic setup, what additional mics do you take on a trip? How many memory cards do you take with you? Do you take an external hard drive with you? What's the deal? Because we're all in the 4K, 5K, 2.5K society.
360.
Yeah, we are.
Exactly.
Yeah. 2.7 render up to 4K.
Whatever.
I've got a question for Hells.
With the 4K generation.
Yeah, but Drew, how much memory do you use on a trip?
About 2 terabytes, between 2 and 3 terabytes.
What is it you're storing that on? Is that an external?
Yeah, external hard drive. I carry about 6 to 7 516 gig SD cards, and I try to put it all on my hard drive. Just
do you carry a laptop as well, or have you got an independent hard drive that can just download straight from your cameras? Or
I got an independent hard drive that will hook into my media mod that I can transfer over from my GoPro.
That's fair, Chili. That's fair.
I just realized what my audio is so shit.
Yeah.
Look at this. I've got my Sennheiser earphones on. This is microphone.
What you have? Yeah. What?
Hells. See, would you say that
I'm
majority
a
of
wanker.
riders in
I
the
am a
States
wanker.
ride Harleys?
No.
No?
It used to be, but when Indian came, when they went from Victory to Indian, they kind of shook the market up, and people started looking outside of Harley. Not to say they went to Indian, but they started looking outside of Harley once that started happening.
But it's that kind of style of bike, though, isn't it? It's that V-twin kind of cruiser style is the kind of preferred style of bike in the States, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah.
That's why I like watching you guys, because it's I learned because it's a different. You guys, with your training, it's different bikes and different riding styles. And over here, it's big bikes and wide open roads and.
I mean, we kind of have that over here to a point. I mean, Zed will tell you, especially in Scotland, we have would you say a minority, Zed, or a minority of Harley guys that and they're their own group. They do their own thing. They don't speak to us kind of outlanders. They kind of stick with their own team.
Because I honestly can't understand where they go, because every Lockwood will tell you, it's like, where do you go that's a straight road in Scotland? Because no like, do not for 1 minute think that I'm disrespecting Harley riders, because I am not. But that a Harley in Scotland, to me personally, I don't know where it works.
Thing is,
can I just say, I don't understand why other bikers don't talk to other bikers.
I don't either.
I don't understand that,
because I don't care.
I mean, there's a whole don't nod to scooter riders, don't nod to whatever riders, Harley riders, don't nod to.
No, sorry.
I'll nod and I'll wave and I'll give them two fingers down. I'll do whatever, wherever I am. I will do it, because they're all two wheels.
I agree with that, because I talk to everybody because I love learning about their journey. What got them into it?
100%.
Why they like riding that bike, where they're going, what they're doing, because you never know what you're going to learn, and you can never meet enough people in your life. So that's why I do it, and I hate the whole. It's really bad with Harley riders. Oh yeah, they're not Harley. Let's not talk to them or wave at them.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm out there looking like a beauty queen. I'm like, hey. So I don't care if you're
I'll
on
tell you what,
moped.
I'm pretty much the same thing. I'm pretty much like, hey, how you doing? Anything that goes past.
The wind's coming, Simon.
I'll wave and nod and to everything. Even
Robert and I were a basic,
and the Just Eats and the whatever it eats.
Robert and I,
the same as me. Why not?
But
Simon,
sorry. Go ahead.
I was going to say, Robert and I were at a basic bikers weekend, and Les that was there. Robert, Les Gilmer.
Yep, Les with the Yamaha.
The Yamaha. He sold it now, but Les is a scooter rider. I know Les more from scooter riding than I do from riding motorbikes, because the guy who Les rode with is a girl that I work with, husband. So like I know Les from that. Les had a scooter, a Vespa, that this was like a highly tuned 400cc scooter that was more than adequately was able to keep up with any 600cc bike. This thing was an absolute rocket ship, and that's how he was a scooter rider. Now, Drew, I don't know if you know the whole mod and rocker sort of culture that was in the United Kingdom when it comes to scooter riding and motorbike riding, but Les rode a Vespa scooter now as a bike rider, and it doesn't matter. It just doesn't matter.
But
Can I do a quick poll in the room? Quick poll in the room. Who started riding on a Vespa and was a mod in the 80s?
No, I wasn't. Nah, I wasn't.
I was.
I was.
Been there, done that. Yeah.
Now,
It was.
I don't know. It's just me, but I feel that it don't matter whether you're on two wheels for whatever. You're on two wheels.
Totally agree.
But what you're talking about, Simon, and you guys can tell me if I'm wrong, but I call them rubs. I troll more Harley riders than I do anybody else.
Yeah.
But I call them rubs, rich urban bikers. All right, because they can afford it. They think they're a biker now because they get out and ride a Harley. But I find it more of a form of bullying because they think because they ride that Harley, they're in that clique that they can just shun everybody else. So that's why I like to troll them.
Yeah.
All right. And when I find those people, I have so much fun with them because they want to talk about this and that. And I'm like, oh, yeah, my loaded down road glide over there, I get them to run it. And then I smoke the crap out of them. And I tell them to take that bike back to the dealership, quit riding, because they need to treat people better. But I can't stand it. I just can't stand the clickiness. And unfortunately, YouTube's like that too. So,
is there a divide between Indian riders and Harley riders?
Repeat that.
Sorry, is there a divide or any kind of like thing between Indian riders and Harley riders?
Kind of and kind of not. You don't have it as bad with Indian riders, but
I would liken it to the same as the click between Kawasaki riders and Suzuki riders, or Honda riders and Kawasaki. It's that you get that click. You will always get that click. I'm a Kawasaki man. Hands up.
Yeah.
Red Bomb's a Kawasaki man. That way. Yeah. He's a Kawasaki man.
See,
he loves his Kawasaki's.
I had a CBR 600F for absolutely ages because I couldn't get hold of a Kawasaki that I wanted. I just sat on a 600F. But when I actually bought the ZX7 when it came in, and I banged it up on the Rev Bomb page. Rev Bomb's new bike. I've got a ZX7. The Honda pages on Facebook actually banned me because I owned a Kawasaki. And when I went back, they went, no, you've gone against the Honda code. You've bought another bike. And when I went to Kawasaki and said, look, I've still got the Honda. I'm looking to sell it, but I've always been Team Kawasaki from 17. So what? You've got a bike with two wheels. I don't care what brand it is, but you own a Kawasaki. Welcome to the group. But Honda would not entertain the fact that I owned a green bike. And that's how clicky Honda are.
Well, if you go to group riding, I mean, I've got a group, as you know, Red Bomb, Brett, and Andy, you're in it. And we have a lot of banter between bike groups. And it's an awful lot of banter. And for example, I will take Neil, for example, that owns the Triumph. He's going to get you banned.
That's the fifth copyright strike of the night.
Yeah, I will take Neil, for example, that had a Triumph. And I used to tell him every time he pulled up, I used to say to him, have you got the cat litter? He'd say, what's that for? For all your bike's going to leak. And then he went out and he bought a Suzuki. And he turned up and I started slating him for owning the Suzuki. And he said, what bike have I got to get for you not to take the piss? I said, a Kawasaki. And said, what happens if I buy a Kawasaki? I said, I'll buy a Suzuki and take the piss out of you. It's a rivalry thing. That's all it is.
Yeah, but with the Indian guys, they think because they're factory bikes, they have more power and everything. They have this nostalgia of, I got a better bike than you, and I try to outrun you. All right.
Yeah.
That's the only problem I've had with them until they meet Hellacious and I smoke the crap out of them. they shut up and go home. Just I don't know. I don't care. I don't give a crap if you're riding on a 50cc pit bike.
You're a biker.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
The difference to me, but that's kind of a fine line for me too. A difference between a biker and a motorcycle rider. That's life. For a biker, it's life, and for a motorcycle rider, it's for enjoyment.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion. Nobody else. That's just my opinion.
No.
Between those two.
I agree with you on that point. There are motorcycle riders and there are bikers. I agree with you. And I'm not talking about the patch concept and all the rest of it. No. There are people that ride motorcycles for a living, and there are people that ride motorcycles for fun.
Right.
Yeah. And that's the difference between what you're saying.
Yeah.
I ride motorbikes to get away from my wife and kids.
Yeah. You're
but
still there.
Life.
You haven't
that's
got far enough.
That's life.
No, it's not. Simon, you're totally right. And I was jesting because I love my wife and kids. No, I don't. Sorry, did that come out? I meant to turn my mic.
No, you do. Of course you do. Of course you do.
No, it's like. No,
Hey,
honestly,
I want a sandwich.
I've said it so many times. See, when I'm on my bike is my church. I will say no more than that because I do not want to offend anybody. My bike is my church. When I come off my bike, I'm ready to sit down with my wife. I'm ready to sit down with my kids. I'm ready to interact with life.
Yep.
Can I just bring in a point about somebody pointed out? I saw it in social media this week. Somebody pointed out that a biker is a new religion.
Which is understandable. which is understandable because when you ride, you got to pay attention. You think, and everything else goes.
Yeah,
it brings this calmness and peace.
You have to concentrate on your ride.
Right. Yeah.
You cannot think of anything else.
It's like one of the first tunes, because I tend to have my headset on, and I ride to about 5 or 6 constant tunes every time. First tune on my bike is always Faithless, and the opening line is that this is my house, this is my church, this is how I heal my hurt.
Yeah.
If I'm down or I need to get out, first thing I will do, I'll go down the garage, get my bike out, and go and have a ride for an hour.
Yeah.
And I do that every Sunday. I have to have a ride.
And the second song is White Wedding. So.
Yeah, I've got Billy Idol on there. I've also got Foo Fighters.
I'll tell you what, my ride tunes contains about 1,200 songs.
Most of my stuff is rock stuff, though.
I can't listen to music when I'm riding.
How can you listen to music and ride?
I listen to it all the time, and I'll tell you why I listen to music while I ride, because it opens up pathways in your brain.
Yeah.
Those pathways in your brain.
Because you don't have a VFR. That's exactly why.
No,
I can't listen to that noise.
Robert, there's certain roads in Scotland that if you're listening to rock music, the rhythm of the music takes you into the corners.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, it does because you're listening. You're in a groove.
Yeah.
I've got a certain playlist that I listen to when I'm going from Arica to Inverary, and it's like if you listen to it, it's like and it just like you're listening to music, and it's like the bike's just leading you in.
Yeah. See, like Throttle Daft, right? See if you're riding with Throttle Daft. He constantly listens to music, and you come up to a set of traffic lights, and he's sitting in front of you doing this, you know, and I'm like, what the f is he doing? You know, and it's like he's listening to like AC/DC or something, you know. He's like,
I'll tell you, if I had an external camera on my bike, it would catch me doing that. It's like,
I would never be able to hear the music over the roar of my 125.
And then you're coming.
Sorry,
You
the
come
mosquito
into
wine.
you come into town at 30 mile an hour, and Justin Bieber kicks in.
Yeah, it's time for the music to go off. Yeah.
The host just been kicked off. All right, next show.
Next.
Yeah. The host is a fan of Justin Bieber. Bye bye.
I'm a believer. Oh my gosh,
A believer.
a believer.
Most of my stuff tends to be
Yeah.
all rock tunes, but
If you guys wonder what I listen to, just watch my videos.
Yeah.
I'll tell you that that tune that Salty and Sprinkles played, "I'm Living It My Way" down the highway. Oh,
Where did he get it from?
He got it from you, yeah. And I've got the whole album on here now. It's like, yeah, great ride music.
No.
It's just dum
Yeah.
dum dum.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, I was listening
Crucifix
to
Crucifix, that's it,
Adele one the other day. I was listening to
Oh.
Adele one the other day on the way to work, and unfortunately, she made me increase my speed. It just wasn't fair. There's a fire deep, and I was going.
Yeah, it wasn't.
And then
it
when
wasn't,
when you're filtering in the UK, you get another one bites the dust, and all of a sudden you find you're overtaking cars very quickly. Dum dum dum. Another one bites the dust. Bye bye.
Well, I apologize, officer. This music made it go faster.
It's not my fault, officer. It's the music.
It's the music.
It's when you get the copper chasing you down. Sorry, mate. I thought you were the copper that took my ex-wife away last week. I thought you were bringing her back.
I was just hurrying up and getting out of your way.
Fuck me, I'll rat run that fucker. I'll tell you.
So there is a alleged story about me and cops. So, well, there's a bunch of alleged stories about me and the cops, but there's allegedly a picture video out of me kicking the side of a cop cruiser going down the road, and then chasing him home.
Really?
Yeah, because he tried to wreck me on the interstate.
Would you like to know the funniest reason I had when I stopped someone for speeding? What the funniest reason has ever been?
Is that on your channel? Is that on your channel? Yeah.
No, I'd never put this on my channel.
But my thing is, he was off duty, and he didn't like the fact that I was actually going over the speed limit, but I wasn't going fast. I'm passing cars, and he didn't like the fact that I was in his way on his way home, and just because he was in the cop car, he could drive as fast as he wanted to.
Yeah.
And he literally came up behind me. When before I could even get over, he went around me, went in right in front of my tire, and then brake checked. So I kicked the door in, chased him home, allegedly.
Yeah.
Well, I'm just saying this is not towards cops, but I come from a small town, so that whole they've kind of picked on as a younger person. Now they got a badge, so they're going.
100%. Yeah. I totally get it.
Yeah.
Right, before we finish up, I've got to ask this. Back onto bikes. See, out of all the bikes that I would have, there was a question earlier about if you would have 5 bikes in your garage, what would you have?
Oh, that's
and
easy.
For me, right, I'd have a single, a twin, a V twin, a V4, an inline 4, a 6. If I could get a Z 1400. But one of the things that would you ever have a 2-stroke?
Oh God, yeah.
Everyone's got to have a 2-stroke in the
I
garage,
I would have a 2-stroke in the heartbeat.
Definitely.
See, I wouldn't.
100%.
I
think it's the whole thing
100%.
about having to mix the fuel and all that kind of stuff.
No,
I've never had it, but
when I was, I'm talking 13, 14, I had a KX250 and I went to race for Team KTM. And the first KTM that I had was a 420, but it was a 2-stroke 420. And that thing ran on Castrol, but the smell of that bike, when you fired that, it took you ages to get it started, but the smell of that bike and the torque on it, amazing. And you can't get a 2-stroke KTM anymore for love or money. I'm still looking on eBay. I watch constantly for a KTM 420.
Robert, I
My
watched
first bike ever was a Vespa PK50 two-stroke. Yes, I know a two-stroke. I was a mod in the 80s. Sorry.
That's a scooter, not a bike.
Robert, I watched.
It's a scooter.
Thank you, Hells.
Robert, I
It was a scooter. I was a mod.
Red Pop, if you're after a two-stroke KTM, you need to talk to a guy called AD Smith.
Right.
You'll be able to get one.
It's the 420 off-road motocross, because that was there's my mum, because obviously my missus goes down to see my mum a couple of times a month, and it was the weekend I was working, so she went down. They were looking through the old photo albums, and she went, "Oh, look, that's David when he was 14 doing professional motocross." And I went, "Oh, brilliant." And Mel went, "Oh God, when was that?" And it was a little place called Brackley, just outside of Oxfordshire, where we used to do the motocross meets. And Mel came home and spent about 40 minutes hunting YouTube. And she typed in Brackley Motocross 1980s, and she actually found me on an old World of Sport video with Dickie Davis. So you might remember that. And me hammering round the track, and she went,
"Was Big Daddy slamming you on the canvas?"
Yeah, but she said, because we actually play my race numbers, because my race numbers were 28, 22, and then it was 8 and 2. So I was number 2 in the country. And she actually said, "Good God," they said, "we found a video of this guy running around in bright orange leathers with 22 on his back." And I went, "Yeah, that was me." Oh, crap. But it's so old and grainy, you could just make out the bike. And I'm like, and it was from 1983 in the old fashioned grainy video. But I actually watched it, and I'm like, oh my God, that brought back some memories.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's the thing. You've really got to know two-stroke, haven't you? As like Exeter said there, I mean, it's like you really have to know it to understand it. You have to be on a two-stroke to know what it's about. And
it's the smell, the power, and that sound.
And it's great throttle control practice, because the way it runs. If you
band, it just go. Yeah, it's like a turbo. It just goes. Yeah.
Remember Kickstart? Kickstart. Peter Purvis.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, it was Peter Purvis.
Was that Kickstart?
That's why my Harley engines, they run between 4,000 and 7,000 RPMs, because I come from two-stroke area where I'm used to running high RPMs versus
up
just
until
lugging the road.
2009, I didn't know what an electric start was. So,
yeah.
You try kicking over because my mum's got she's just bought another one now. She's now got 3 BSA Gold Stars in the garage, DBD 34 engines.
They're tough to kickstart.
Yeah, they are a git. If you don't decompress them right, that comes back and bites you in the back of the screen.
That sounds like the old 500 KXs I used to have. With freaking
pain in the backside, but
they snap back and woo.
Yeah, 16k a bike, but she's obviously saving her money up and using them as an investment. So,
Robert, have you ever watched a film called Unridables?
No,
I've seen Undateables.
You need to no Unridables is Unridables is Kevin Schwann's. So the American riders will understand Kevin Schwann's. Wayne Rainey, Australian, actually get paralysed on a two-stroke bike, MotoGP. That was the last of the two-stroke MotoGP. Watch Unridables, honestly. It will change your perception. Those bikes were... I know a lot of Formula One riders are actually looking at going back to two-stroke cars for efficiency, because of the efficiency of the cars, because the regulations that are coming in with the O2 emissions and so on and so forth, because the technology now is actually making two-stroke more efficient than 4-stroke. So they're actually coming back to 2-stroke. But watch the film Unridables. Watch these bikes. These bikes, the power band on them, it was like nothing to 100 and like what? It was like these guys were getting thrown 100 feet in the air for no reason at all. These guys were pilots. Honestly, it was like unbelievably fantastic.
Hey, Andy, don't sniff the bottom of the motor. All right, just to let you know, don't sniff the bottom.
Nor do they lick it. They do not lick the motor.
How does it work with 2-stroke though? I mean, where do you get 2-stroke nowadays?
You would just, I would imagine that 2-stroke, you would be buying the normal fuel, and then you would be adding the oil to it.
And you add the oil, right?
Yes.
You add the oil that
you add
comes
the oil
into a 2-stroke. Yeah.
Yes,
yeah.
absolutely. So
Unridables is actually on Amazon Prime, £2.49 to watch it.
Wow.
What you would be doing, mate, is buying 4-stroke, and they would give you a ratio of the oil to fuel, and that's a mix. Yep.
Roughly
And
one
then
bottle
that
per
Normally
tank, isn't it?
25 to 1 it used to be.
Yep. I like 2-strokes because I could rebuild them in like 15 minutes. You know, like if you're out the track and something happens, you can just tear the whole top end apart and put it back together. No
Just
time.
like a new piston ring or
I
something.
think you can do that with any bike, more or less.
Yeah. But that was when you went down the garage and you could buy 5-star petrol and a can of Castrol R40 or something.
And a Mars bar for 5 pence.
And about say Mars bar and 5p has still come out with change.
Yeah, things have went back, haven't they? Things have went.
Yeah, the Mars bar was that big then, and it's now that big. You know.
Drew, see in America, what's see your octane level? Where are you with your octane level in the Because in the UK we've got what guys, you can tell me what is this 10? This
E10, E10 and E5.
E10.
Yeah.
So we've got E5 that now becomes the premium
97
fuel, which is like it's been the standard for years, but now they're bringing in this cheap fuel.
Yeah, 95.
And
ethanol content.
Right. Over here, like you can get some 100 octane, but most of the time it's 93. There are a few places have like E85 and stuff like that, but most of the time you can at least get 93 octane.
See, I actually mix my own. So what
are you talking about?
I actually buy. So I've got 4 jerry cans in the backyard. So what I tend to do is buy super unleaded. I get a gallon of pure methanol, and then I mix it 1 litre of methanol to every 20 litres of 97 octane fuel. But then you have to put a lead additive booster in it because the methanol strips your cylinders. It heats your cylinders up. So you have to put a lead additive in there, and I also use a molly shooter.
Okay.
So it's a molybdenum shooter, and I mix that in 20 litres, and that's what goes in the Kawasaki.
Yeah, see,
so what's the benefit though?
102 octane.
What year is your Kawasaki?
96.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
So it's 96 P2. So it normally it should run 180 over. I think it's 180 over 190 over 180 jets. I'm running 200 210s in it.
Well,
so I've got oversized jets.
Well,
so
a lot of people don't.
On you go.
They were fun. What I was going to say is a lot of people with like the new M8 motors and Harley, they don't realize that you can't just throw higher octane in it because you'll actually burn it up.
It burns the engine up, yeah.
Yeah. Because people are like, oh yeah, I use this boost so I can get over 100 octane. I'm like, it doesn't run any better. Like until you get to a bigger cubic inch, it doesn't run any better. And all you're doing is burning your motor up by trying to do something like that.
My question would be to Rev Bomb that my granny is the queen, and I want to know how much money you're ripping off of me.
Well, she's about to kick it, so you'll soon find out.
One wants to know how much money one is owed.
But yeah, there is a method to the madness. Obviously, running a higher octane fuel, but then you've got to make sure you don't burn your pistons and your rings out on it. So, but it adds to the effect when you're coming down through that box. You can hear the pops and the crackles and spit flames. So,
yeah.
But it's coming back into the workshop in a couple of weeks. Full service, back to the original jets. Race cans coming off, back to the original can. And the big number plate put back on it. The small ones coming off so we can sell it. So,
Rev, I've got.
And where are we on electric bikes?
oh, don't even go there. I'm like, oh, I'm sick of
That's the
electric.
future.
I hate electric bikes. Sorry, not a fan. Not a fan.
Nah.
I can't
Come
find a
on.
long enough extension cord. So
Simon, where right? I travel 200 miles in Scotland. Where am I charging an electric bike?
And what if I live in the top floor of a flat?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my
Oh.
videos I did about electric bikes, I said, okay, that's fine, that's great. Where is the network to charge them?
Yeah.
There
Where
is
is
none.
it?
Not here anyway.
Now, come on.
No, has anyone got a charging station for their mobile phone?
We've all got a charging station for a mobile phone. haven't we?
Well, not just a lead that you plug in, but somewhere that you can place your mobile phone on the ground that it charges,
Nah.
Yeah, I've got one over here.
like a docking station.
Yeah.
So why not make car parking spaces exactly the same?
Yeah. There you go. Make them
That,
like
that Simon, what you've got in your hand becomes a parking station for an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
That's the only solution. I cannot see Paul or myself taking a lead up to my house. Sorry, Jimmy, I've got to run this through your window because my electric bike needs charged. I don't care if I'm letting the cold into your house. I don't care because I'm charging an electric bike. I'm saving the planet. You're just trying to heat your house.
Said it. I agree with you. But I've got one of these on my driveway so I can park my vehicles up. Yeah, I've got a driveway. Yeah. What do you do if you haven't got a driveway? You have these everywhere, and who pays for it? Someone's got to pay for the electric.
I think. Well, Simon asked, like the estate that I stay in is owned by the council. The council are part of the government that are asking us to all comply with the regulations, which be why not? If the councils get a parking within a council property, why don't they make every single parking space compliant to charging electric cars one way or another?
Every single one.
I don't. Yeah, why not? Why not?
Yeah.
It has to happen anyway. Why not do it now?
But now because
Exeter
of that
Riders saying
technology,
down the
I'm
bottom
limited.
here. Sorry, Exeter Riders saying down the bottom here, it will develop, and he's put a couple of comments on my video, and yeah, I agree with him. But I'll tell you what, it's going to take so much money.
Yeah.
Who's paying for it?
Can I give you another scenario?
Go on.
Where an absolutely perfect place to place charging stations at red traffic lights. Everyone stop.
For 1 minute there, I thought you was going to say the M25.
Well,
Same thing.
Like, right, that's red traffic lights is the first place that I would do it. I would then say motorways where, because if I was clever enough, and I'm not, but I'm more aware than the politicians that are trying to actually plan this, and I understand where traffic stops and starts. I would say traffic lights to start off with. I would say motorways in high congestion areas is another area that would all be charging stations. Now, Drew, you might not be aware of Guy Martin. He's a motorcycle racer that used to ride in the Isle of Man. He's actually a truck mechanic, and he's actually was on a podcast last week, and he said that the company that he works for are actually designing a lorry that has a rig that's going to raise when it goes onto a motorway on England, and it's going to take electricity from the top of the motorway.
And who's going to pay for that?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter who's going to pay for it.
It does matter.
Greta's going to pay for it. All right.
The taxpayer.
It does matter.
But
Talking to tax.
all right, not to get too deep, but you're getting into stuff that many moons ago Nikola Tesla was working on.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, that he already was proving it, and the government said, no thanks, we're going to hide all this stuff, and now they want to come back to it. But the problem is instead of building upon his ideas and already having the technology, that's the problem. The technology is not there yet. Not saying they can't do it. The technology's not there yet.
Is it not though? Is it not though? Because when you look at all of the big, massive oil companies out there and what they are producing, and you even just look at some of the Far East companies that produce the amount of fuel into this country and the amount of politicians that have got a wee pot in there. I think it's just a matter of time before the technology that's already there, eventually we get that. And I mean, it's funny because you'll see cars that can have a range of 100 miles, then 150 miles, then 200 miles, and then we've got a new solid state battery that can give us 300 miles, and then it will be 400 miles. And as they start depleting the amount of fuel that we are allowed to, bring in and all the CO2 that we're emitting, eventually I think we'll have 700-800 mile range cars.
Right. And Elon Musk is working.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. But at the moment, if 10% of the UK's car owners decided to go electric, tomorrow there would not be enough power to charge them all.
Yeah.
No, because the actual electricity is still being produced off of fossil fuel because we don't have the technology to produce it from renewable sources.
We're only talking about 10% of the car owners in the UK that decide tomorrow I'm going to go buy a Tesla.
Guys.
And tomorrow night they all plug them in, and then the grid cannot create enough power to charge them all overnight.
Guys, see, as much as I respect every single person that's on this panel's opinion, and I do, this is the horse in the car scenario for the 21st century. You're discussing we don't have enough feed to feed all the horses. We don't have. Listen, humankind will find a way. Find a way.
I agree with you.
We are on the brink.
And someone put an argument in that they will find a way to do it, because when they first generated the petrol motor, there wasn't enough petrol stations to fill it up. No, I agree, there wasn't. But they did.
It'll come down. It'll come down when they figure out how to make a bunch of money off of it.
It will happen.
Drew, 100%.
But I'm just telling you that tomorrow, if everybody plugged their electric car in, the grid will go down.
But Simon, Drew's just hit the nail on the head. As soon as there's a pound to be made in it,
they'll fucking do it. Yeah,
the oil companies will ditch oil in a minute. Anyone that's sitting on an oil rig, bye, because electric's the new oil. Because and it will happen.
To be honest, though,
but if you the other argument I've got is you want to do it for the environment. Sorry,
Dave,
you want to do it for the environment? Yeah, that's fine. But if 10% of the company, 10% of the population bought a electric car tomorrow and plugged it in, you're going to be charging it from where?
Simon, that is the issue. That is the thing.
That is the main issue.
Here's the thing, right?
What about people that had horse and carts that wanted to drive a lorry that didn't have fuel stations? Back in the day when fuel was overtaking horse and cart, where were we? What was the argument? Evolution always finds a way of
I agree with you.
overcoming where we are, and I think we will. I think we will overcome it. I don't think it will be.
We will overcome it because the government has said by 2030 you can't buy a petrol car.
Yeah.
Whatever. I like my.
We will overcome it because they've set that.
So all petrol cars will be worth a fortune come 2030 because you can't buy a new one.
It's the new Bitcoin.
Yeah.
Bitcoin. Who said Bitcoin?
It may well be. It may well be.
Yep.
Yeah.
So if we all worked from home and we all bought online, do we really need a car?
Exactly.
Well, that's
with COVID going the way it is, you're gonna
It's not going away. They found the variant. Now they're going to try to shut everybody down again. So
we've got another new variant now. We've got a South African variant.
And now you got him banned because you said that word, and YouTube loves to censor that word.
My sister works for Network Rail, which is Scottish Rail, and
well, they're all electric. They're fine.
but she works from home, and that's the whole thing. It's like they're actually turning around and saying, we don't want you in the office. And why don't they want you in the office? Because does Network Rail want to be paying for 1,000 square meter office when they can actually pay you to work in your own environment and your own space, and you're using your electricity, and they're still paying you the same wage, not to use your electricity or your internet, and you don't have to interact with any other worker. They're getting 100% more efficiency out of you than you would be if you were turning around.
True.
If you're turning around to Brenda and saying, how's your husband's ingrown toenail, Brenda?
But it's not working.
It's like,
what I mean?
My missus.
And also, you've got to think of the local economy.
I am so cynical when it comes
to
I really am.
That person used to go to work and buy their coffee at the local coffee shop, 100%. And buy their sandwich, and all local business all suffering.
Yeah, see, my missus she's in the building insurance industry, so she works for a huge, great company across the UK. Can't name them. Last March,
go on, name them.
New build housing. So she does new build insurance on housing anyway. But she's been at home since March last year, back to the office a couple of days a week. And she obviously took over, and her lot's over there. So that's her laptop, 2 laptops over there. So she's working from home next to me when I'm trying to do this stuff. But her boss actually come round the house. He said, just to let you know, we're giving you a wage rise. And she went, why is that? He said, because when you're in the office, you're averaging about 75 to 80%. When you're working from home, he said, your scores are 92 to 95%.
That's my sister.
And also, don't forget,
not getting disturbed. She's not chatting across the desk.
No, that's that.
Don't forget, she's never paying for the company's computer access. She's never paying. You're paying for all that.
Yeah, it's on
everything she does online, and also everything she does and eats at home. You're paying for.
Yeah,
exactly.
Her lunch, her everything. It's all down to you.
You're claiming it back in your tax, allegedly.
When I was off when it came to COVID, my work, when I went back, they said, when you're off with COVID, I'm not paying for Pornhub, I'm not paying for Andrex hankies.
What? Go make me a sandwich. Quit talking about it. Yeah. Hey, would you like your extended car warranty?
Is that top trumps, Lockwood?
Sure is.
Yes.
They give you a blowjob as well. Yeah,
it's got to be a 1400 in there somewhere.
All right, guys, I gotta get off here.
I mean, I don't know. Does anybody know what that is?
You guys have a good weekend, and I love it. See you guys
Love
next
you.
week.
Hells.
Take care, Hells. Have a
care,
good
love
one,
you,
mate.
lot.
Have a great weekend.
Listen, brother, I appreciate you. Take care. All the best, my man.
Cheers, man.
So we're going to go a couple more minutes.
What is that? What was that? What was that?
Past
Couple more
12
minutes. Fucking hell, we're bomb. I've got ages on this.
Some people have got to be up at 4:30 in the morning. I'm going to get 4 hours sleep.
That one. Aprilia Moto 6.5. Do you know what that is?
Ooh.
That's like a wee. What is that? With the electric dirt bikey thing?
It's for 2001, so I doubt it.
Yeah.
2001?
No idea.
No, there's
Is that
a few
is
odd ones in there.
is that a grifter? A rally grifter.
They look like,
I don't know. I'm just
God,
guessing.
what was the one that had the gear lever in the middle? Because if you hit the brakes
that
too
was
hard,
a chopper.
Oh, that was a chopper.
That was a rally chopper.
I had one of them.
Rally
Gears,
chopper.
yeah.
hit the brakes too hard, you used to de-nut yourself on the gear
Oh,
shift.
aye,
Yeah,
definitely.
that's
And had a slipper gear as well. You went from 1 to 2 and it went.
Yeah.
Is that the one at the drum gear? So when you pedal backwards, the back gear would go on. The back brake would go on, yeah.
And if you had one now, it'd be worth about £2,000.
Exactly.
Mad.
Yeah, thanks for that. I used to own one. Cheers, Bob.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, so that's just like a rally
Goes away.
burner. A rally burner with yellow mag wheels.
I'll tell you what I've got.
Yeah, mate.
In the loft, right? I've still got the original Astra Wars from Grandstand from the 80s.
bloody hell.
Still in the box. I mean, it's used. I have used it, but I've still got it there. So
That's worth
there's a little
300
joystick.
quid.
That's definitely.
That's 300 quid. That I've seen that go on eBay for about 300 quid.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah.
I've got a ZX Spectrum somewhere.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, having that.
Rubber
ZX
keys.
Spectrum. Wow.
I've got one as well, but it's in
I've
transport
got a
museum.
ZX Spectrum and a ZX.
And I've no stole it yet.
ZX81, yeah.
Oh, ZX81, yeah.
They're the
Where you would
flat
spend
keys.
you would spend your whole Saturday keying in all the peaks and pokes for the
Aye.
magazine
Just
to
no,
crash.
And then
crash
the
the
whole
magazine.
Sunday fixing all the mistakes you made.
Aye.
What was it used to? Because we, oh God, what was it called? I can't think of the Tandy.
Paul,
we
if
used
colour
to
if colour equals 10,
Yeah,
then go to line
go 20, yeah.
450.
Yeah.
Oh, just like
Yeah.
5 hours just to
Mad.
make a red dot go right across the screen. You're like, get off, you crash.
Who used to go to Dixon's? Used to go to Dixon's, and they used to be on the demo. You used to just put the little
Oh,
programs in with your little
Aye,
name coming up.
absolutely.
Yeah.
I know. It's like, I'm so cool. Look at me. It's like,
They
I've
were
just
the
spent
days. They were the
spent
days.
5
Yeah, what
hours
was it?
on
10,
crap.
what was it? 10 go to 20, 20 go to
Oh.
30,
Yeah, print name.
40 go to 10, and then
If 15
run
equals
and hit
10,
the button. Just
then
watch the
go
screen
to-
scroll.
Yeah.
Just basic, basic. If 10 equals 15, then go to. You're like, nah,
Yeah.
don't do that. You're going to go. You're just going to change the colour to magenta. Nobody
Yeah.
likes magenta.
And loading the games with your cassettes, where you could literally
Oh.
go off and have your tea, come back, and it
Daily
might have
Thompson's
loaded.
Death Catholic.
And it's weird because you would look at it and you would know if it wasn't loading, you know,
Yeah.
because
Well, I
you get
need
the odd
to-
time where it would hang
I
and
need
you
to
wouldn't
turn
see
the-
all the
turn the-
lines.
I need to
Jet
turn the
set.
volume down.
Jet
need to
Set
turn the-
Willie.
Aye.
Jet Set Willie,
Jet Set
Caterpillar,
Willie.
yeah.
Oh.
Morris Minor, that was another.
Yeah.
Half an hour.
Morris Minor,
half an
Manic
hour.
Minor,
Manic
Manic
Minor.
Minor.
Manic
Half an
Minor.
hour, cup of tea later, tape loading error. Please
Yeah.
rewind and start again. You're like, my tea's cold. I'm just about to sit down and start.
Yeah.
Woo.
And then ZX brought out a keyboard with an attached tape deck all in the bottom.
Oh, that was
And
cool.
that was
That was
Good
the
old,
128.
good old
wasn't it?
Clive Sinclair.
Oh man,
And the big
What
three
did-
and a half inch floppy disc, wasn't it?
I did. What
Yeah.
did he know? I mean,
Come on,
Clive
did any of
Sinclair
you
bringing,
ever own?
bringing
Did any
out
of
the
you,
electric cars? I mean,
did
what
any of you
he
ever
know?
own a Sinclair C5?
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Yep.
I had
it
a
was
go on
electric.
one on
No,
I had a go one and I nearly got killed on it. It was just amazing.
Paul, I'll tell you one thing. See, like Lockwood will tell you, we stay next to Millport. Millport bought up. See, when Sinclair C5 went under, Millport bought up a lot of Sinclair C5s, and you could actually hire a C5 to go around Millport, which is only a wee island. Aye. Like back in the 80s, that's all you could do. Sinclair C5s in the 80s.
You don't look old enough to have been around in the 80s.
You could go around the island in a Sinclair C5 and like.
You know what? I'm going to do a vlog. I'm going to go across. I'm going to go to Largs, go across the ferry to Millport and try and find one.
Right? No, there won't be any now, brother. They've got electric bikes.
He's
Do you want
right
to do
as
an
well.
electric bike?
Deluxe model had indicators. Remember that?
And it had the little flag. It had the little flag so the lorry drivers could see you as you hit the windscreen.
Robert, they've got an electric bike, so we should do a dual vlog.
Yeah, that'd be cool. Yeah, get round a bit. Yeah, get round Millport.
Oh, here we go. Another copyright strike.
You should do that, mate. That'd be awesome.
Right.
We'll be kicking it.
On that note, I think it's time to wind up because I've literally got about 4 hours to get some sleep, and I'm up again Saturday morning to go riding.
Lightweight.
Yeah, I know. I'll tell you what, this is the longest stream I've done for ages.
I think you should do it from 8 o'clock every night.
Yeah.
You got any job vacancies there, Rev Bomb? Because you getting up at 4 o'clock in the morning.
I know.
Rev Bomb, are you allowed up this late?
She's gone to her mum. She's away her mum.
You know, usually staying up. You must have got all the misses. You've got all our Christmas presents sorted. That's what it is. You've got them all sorted.
I'd already bought them in January. I went to the bargain shops and got them in the sales. Don't waste my money, mate. I don't waste my money.
I've done all my wife's shopping today for Christmas on Amazon. Yeah, Black Friday. I think I was sat on a loo when I did it. So,
you, Simon, and Paul need to get up. You get up to Scotland, have a wee ride out.
Oh yeah, we'll come up.
We're doing the NC 500 next year. Trust me. Trust me.
Yeah, definitely.
You need to do it. Definitely, you need to do it.
Anyway, let's do the sign off. Simon, I'll let you introduce your channel and say your goodbyes.
Simon GTR 1400. What can I say? Yeah, 2 wheels down, rub side down, shine side up.
Zed Motor Vlogs from Scotland. Riding a ZZR 1400. Take care, stay safe. If you're out there, stay shiny side up. Peace out.
All right, Lockwood.
Okay, been going for about a year and a half. I've got a CB 1000R, which is tucked up for the winter, and I've got a VFR 750 Gen 3, which I've just rebuilt in the last year, and I'm having fun on that just now. So come and look at the channel, and yeah, it's all good.
Paul.
Mad old biker. I've only just started on this game, and I'll be riding my Sinus 125 terrain on that and talking about how new riders maybe can get on with their CBT, especially if they're coming into it late like I was. A lot of people are quite scared of the CBT, but I'll be putting up my new film with me coming off my bike a few times, doing a bit of off-roading, so that'll be a laugh. I'll have to do a lot of bleeping out of my foul language, but hey-ho.
Brilliant. Thanks so much, guys. It's been an absolutely blinding evening. We're an absolute blast.
It has been.
Really
4.5 hours.
Yeah, 4.5 hours.
Red Bomb record.
The Red Bomb record, yes.
We've all been here.
Thanks for taking me out of bed.
Well done for tonight, mate.
Thanks so much, guys. Simon, I'll probably catch up with you over the weekend or the week, mate. So thanks very much, guys. It's been a really good night. Thanks to everybody that's been in the side chat. Obviously, Hells, Military Biker, Andy, MT, James, Exeter Rider, Crumbly, Code Grey. Who else have we missed out? There's loads of all you people. Andy Velman. So Thanks to all you guys in the side chat. Been a really interesting evening. Don't forget, same time, same place next week. Whatever you're doing this weekend, have yourself a good one, guys. But until the next time, as in normal style, be well, ride safe. And from RB, it's a big goodbye from me. Take care, guys. Have a good one.
Peace out. All the best, Robert.
Who's